Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that it's a really heavy traffic day, the first day of the week. We're still waiting for a number of our participants to be joining us, but kudos to the people who are already here. It's a pleasure to welcome you all. This indeed, as you're all aware, is the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference, Pakistan, and we are very delighted to welcome you all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Distinguished guests, respected scholars, industry leaders, innovators, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Karachi. Welcome to the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference, Pakistan under the theme that Islamic economy in the digital age, the innovation within the framework of compliance. I am Sidra Iqbal, and it is my honor to be your host tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through a global shift. Around the world, finance is being redesigned by technology, by changing expectations, and by the rising demand of systems that are ethical, inclusive, and resilient. And in that global shift, Pakistan matters, not just as a market, but as a serious contributor to the future of Islamic economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to formally begin this forum, and for this, we'd like to begin with the recitation of the Holy Quran. May I take this opportunity to invite Hafiz Saad Ikhlas to do the honors.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah khairan. And which favors of your Lord will you deny? Ladies and gentlemen, when we come together, it is very important to also see that progress usually comes at a price. And where the focus lies is a key question. That becomes our North Star, that becomes our moral compass. When it comes to Pakistan, the lyrics, the words of our national anthem say, "This flag of the crescent and star, let it be a symbol of our progress and our excellence." At this note, may I request you all to kindly rise for the national anthem of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. As we begin the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference, Pakistan, it is very important to take a look at the context. We talk about the promise, and as Allah reminds us that we are sometimes tried by abundance, and at other times we are tried by shortages. You could be the king at one point in time, and the next moment things can turn around completely. Therefore, the world today demands inclusion. It demands a value system and, especially, an economic and a finance system that is inclusive and ethical. In this global shift, Pakistan matters, as we have agreed, not just as a market, but as a big contributor. Today, Pakistan is a country of over 251 million people with a GDP of over $373 billion. The services sector alone contribute to 58.4% of the GDP, showing where the modern growth is concentrated. But what brings us together today is more specific. How Pakistan's Islamic economy is evolving at scale while staying anchored in compliance and in values. As we speak about the promise, let me share a few signals that frame the importance of these conversations. Pakistan has six fully fledged Islamic banks, supported by 15 Islamic windows in conventional banks and even Islamic windows in microfinance, extending Sharia compliant inclusion in wider segments. Across the country, Islamic banking now includes 3,182 branches, and Islamic windows add another 2,735 branches. Total Islamic banking assets have reached $25.98 billion. That is the end of 2024, with major players scaling fast. And crucially, this is no longer just about growth, it is about digital direction. Pakistan ranks ninth globally in the Islamic FinTech ecosystem, and the landscape already includes 30 Islamic FinTech companies across alternative finance payments, remittances, digital banking, P2P, and the Takaful tech. So the question becomes, how do we harness the momentum responsibly? So innovation expands access, strengthens trust, and remains uncompromising on Sharia compliance. And that is exactly what this forum is designed here to do. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward and we invite our first speaker, we must also acknowledge the ground reality here in the bustling city of Karachi. This is indeed the economic heartline of the country, and much of the promise that has been spelt out belongs and is, this is the beating heart, this is the engine. And unfortunately, today is a grim day for the traders and the economic players of the city. Just over the weekend, we had the Gul Plaza tragedy. Before we invite the first speaker, may I request you all to make a dua for for all the people who've lost a lot, who will have to be rebuilding, as the basis of Islamic financing is the compassion that we extend to people. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless them with sabr and with the means to rebuild themselves. Let's observe a minute of silence. Jazakallah khairan. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless them with barakah, with sabr, and with creating the means for their ease and allowing them to rebuild themselves and coming back stronger and more resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my privilege to invite our host leadership for their welcome address. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Hassan Khalavi, the Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, for his welcome address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency Mr. Jamil Ahmed, Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, our esteemed guests, our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is with great pleasure to host you here for the third time in Karachi. So welcome to the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference, which comes today in this special or very special subject, which is about the digital economy. If you allow me, in that opening speech, I want just to raise two major points. Why is this subject and why in Karachi? If we go back to the year of 2022, where we hosted our 42nd AlBaraka Symposium in Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara, and to who doesn't hear about AlBaraka Symposium in Al-Madinah, AlBaraka became like the strategic hub or the lighthouse of the Islamic economy, because it was always on the front line of Islamic finance since 1981. And next month, inshallah, in February, we are going to host our 46th symposium in Al-Madinah. So 4 years ago, the subject or the title of AlBaraka Symposium number 42 in Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara was Digital Economy and the Future of Islamic Economy. And if we go back and read our final statement of that symposium, we focused on two major subjects. First one, opportunities. Second one, challenges. And that conference was one of the very early first in the world which raised the challenges, mainly the two we are facing today: ethical challenges and legal challenges. So we talked about that subject, and I remember some of our esteemed speakers here participated and they raised that issues. So the other subject is the opportunities. How can we boost Islamic finance through the digital age? And we believe this is a major outcomes of that symposium. We believe if Islamic finance facilitated all the instrument of the digital economy, for the first time ever, Islamic banking specifically and Islamic finance in general will be in the same stage with the conventional banking, because both Islamic and conventional banking are entering the digital era in the same time. So we will not have the usual issue which we said always, okay, Islamic banking is still young. It has been started only 50 years or 50 years ago. No, now both Islamic banking and conventional banking are entering the same age, which is the digital age, together. So today we are raising a major issue: how Islamic banking specifically and in general Islamic economy can be in the same level of conventional banking together. It is the innovation. So with innovation, you can boost everything from today. Without innovation, we will do the same. We take the conventional instrument and do Islamization to it. So again, we will follow the same trend for the last 50 years. No, from today, by entering that age, even you choose to be innovative, or again, you will be number two, always like before. So this is why. And where we are today is Karachi. Okay, again, to people who are not familiar with our event, we manage events every year in 5 cities. So AlBaraka Forum started 46 years ago in Al Medina, and then we have another chapter in London. We just hosted our 4th summit in London less than 2 months ago. And we have in Istanbul another summit, plus Karachi and Cairo, which means globally we have chosen 5 cities to host our events. So lots of our friends, they come to us, they ask, why? Why that 5 cities? Okay, for Karachi, we have a very long list of reasons why we have chosen Karachi. Maybe I never spoke about that before, but it's now the right time to raise that. I want to focus briefly on 2 reasons why we have chosen Karachi. If we consider Asia, the whole Asia, we have 2 major centers for Islamic finance. We have the Far East, where Kuala Lumpur come as a center of excellence. And then Indonesia now is booming, plus Brunei, plus even non-Muslim countries there. And the other part, we go to the far west, GCC, where Riyadh specifically comes as another capital of Islamic finance, hosting the largest ever assets of Islamic banking and finance in the world, with the largest sukuk issuer in Saudi Arabia. And in the whole Asia, we see a great opportunity for Karachi to become the center for the largest area in the world, including the largest population in the world, starting from North Russia, China, till we come to the south. For this reason, we have chosen Karachi, because we believe in the capacity and in the opportunity. But all of you knows, opportunities doesn't come for free. Even you work hard and you become innovative, or you lose that opportunity in a world full of a competition, even between countries, not just between the private sectors. So this is the first reason. We look as Karachi as the third capital in Asia for Islamic finance. And here, this capital should cover the largest area and the largest population. The second reason is even more bigger. We believe, and all that based on research and numbers, we believe Pakistan has a potential to become like the human capital resource for Islamic finance in the whole world. There is great opportunity if we focus and work together. And we are here today to raise that two major opportunities. This is today seems as a dream, but these dreams for sure can become a reality if we work hard and work together. Because when we did our SWOT analysis for the Islamic economy, a major weakness came regarding the human capital. And every single CEO to an Islamic finance company, even if it is a startup, he or she will immediately face that weaknesses, the lack of human capital. I mean, very well educated and ready to move forward to the future. So when we look at the Pakistani diaspora around the world, including GCC countries, including part of Europe, including America, Australia, you see how Pakistanis are doing well there. And based on the capacity here, we believe in that huge opportunity. Imagine something like that. You can be number one in the world regarding human capital in that booming industry. So I really invite every institution here, starting from the State Bank of Pakistan, moving to all universities and all banking institutions, financial institutions, to work together. And we have an excellent experience in some other cities, including Kuala Lumpur. Istanbul now also is booming. Let us make Pakistan achieve that level. With the partnership, like that event, it will never happen without the partnership between AlBaraka Forum and Islamic Chamber of Commerce, with the great support of our sponsor, AlBaraka Bank in Pakistan. This event will never happen. Again, we need as many as we can partnership to achieve that two dreams. It's a global dream. Having Karachi on the world map of Islamic finance and Islamic banking is not an easy job. It's not an easy at all. As I said, the competition now is going everywhere. And another issue, to take Pakistan to the national level of being the major resource of human capital, is not an easy job. But both of them are rationals and has the opportunity, if we put it in front of our eyes, as part of our dream to that great country. Thank you for everyone for joining us today, and let us make that event as the hub of achieving that dreams, because alhamdulillah every year we are expanding. So this year we are hosting more and more side events, and we are ready and we are welcoming, and we believe in the meaning of the real partnership. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All great movement, all great change and transformation begins with a clarity of thought, that strategic thought. And thank you for your faith and your belief in not just Karachi, but the systems in Pakistan. Yes, we have been learning and we've been speaking about the amazing strategic geographic location the country as well as the city enjoys. But having that very clear thought that yes, we will also nurture and harness the power of human resource and human capital and achieve this dream to be a reality is the way forward. Now, how we continue to respond to this strategic vision and to this shift largely depends on the role of the central bank. In Pakistan, the State Bank of Pakistan has been central to building a strong Islamic finance ecosystem, strengthening the Sharia governance, enabling digital banking and fintech innovation, and safeguarding financial stability. Today, the Islamic banking in Pakistan represents nearly $26 billion in assets and spans thousands of Sharia compliant branches as the system continues to evolve responsibly in the digital age. It is therefore most fitting that this conversation is anchored by the voice of the regulator. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite our honorable chief guest and the keynote speaker. Please welcome Mr. Jameel Ahmed, the Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, for his keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Yusuf Hassan Khalawi Sahab, Secretary General of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, Presidents and CEOs of banks, corporate executives, members of the business community, Sharia scholars, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today at the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference organized by the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development and AlBaraka Forum. Today's conference is a continuation of a legacy that reflects the commitment of the organizers in fostering dialogue on today's challenges and opportunities for the broader economic and Islamic financial landscape. I would like to appreciate the efforts of Mr. Yusuf Hassan Khalabi, Secretary General of the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development, and Mr. Atif Hanif, CEO of AlBaraka Pakistan, for making the event an annual feature in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, the global financial system is undergoing one of the most profound transformations in its history. Instant payment platforms, distributed ledgers, and artificial intelligence are no longer theoretical concepts. They are now integral to the modern financial system. Today, more than 70% of people worldwide use at least one digital financial service. Over 80% are willing to shift to digital banking. This clearly signals a major change in consumer behavior and expectations. Therefore, financial firm can sustainably grow or even maintain its footprint without no financial firm can sustainably grow or even maintain its footprint without a strong and scalable digital presence. Islamic finance enters the digital age with a distinct feature. Islamic finance is grounded in divine principles of justice, transparency, and risk sharing. Guided by the Maqasid Sharia, Islamic finance should closely link financial activity with the real economy. And it must do so without compromising fairness, transparency, and shared prosperity. Under ideal circumstances, Islamic finance is not a random set of transactions. It is not merely conventional banking with different parameters. Instead, it is a deliberate effort to build an inclusive ecosystem and an ecosystem that serves the diverse financing needs of the wider community rather than a select few. In this regard, I want to emphasize that the adoption of digital innovation is not an end by itself, but a means to serving broader socio-economic purposes. Technology adoption in Islamic finance as well as the broader financial services industry can significantly expand financial inclusion. It can lower costs, reduce geographic barriers, and enable access to finance for small businesses, farmers, and women entrepreneurs. Segments of our society that have traditionally remained outside the formal system. Ladies and gentlemen, the government and the State Bank of Pakistan aim to transform the country towards a digitally enabled economy where citizens, businesses, and government entities can transact securely and confidently through digital means. Considering the immense potential of digitalization and its importance for the financial system, SBP's Vision 2028 outlines a strategic direction to enhance the digital parameters and payment landscape in Pakistan and to transition the banking industry towards Sharia compliant modes. With regard to digital financial services, SBP is continuously updating its regulations and working on fast, secure, and reliant digital payments infrastructure in the country. To support real-time digital payments, SBP launched RAST in 2021, Pakistan's instant payment system, which enables seamless, cost-effective, and secure financial transactions. As a result of SBP's policy interventions, expansion of digital financial services and digital infrastructure, and strong consumer adoption of the internet-based platforms, national payment ecosystem has witnessed significant advancements in recent past. Mobile banking apps, including banks, branchless banking, wallets, and EMIs, have been the primary growth drivers, accounting for 78% of total digital retail transactions. Moreover, SBP has also ensured that payment infrastructure remains resilient and conforms to international standards. I am also glad to highlight that under the licensing framework for digital banks introduced in 2022, 5 entities were granted in principal approval. Presently, one digital bank has already started its Islamic operations, while another is in pilot phase, marking a new chapter in Sharia compliant digital finance in the country. Initiatives such as RAST, Asan mobile accounts, digital onboarding frameworks, Roshan digital account, and the licensing of digital banks have collectively expanded access of formal financial services to the masses, while improving efficiency and transparency of financial sector as a whole. I am happy to share that under successive national financial inclusion strategies, Pakistan has made notable progress. And I am encouraged to note that the Islamic banks have made significant contributions helping us achieve these targets. Ladies and gentlemen, while digital innovation offers immense promise, it also brings complex challenges that require careful navigation. Greater reliance on digital infrastructure increases exposure to cybersecurity threats, data privacy breaches, and risks to consumer protection and operational resilience. There is also a risk that technology may simply replicate conventional financial models in digital form, prioritizing speed and scale over substance and alignment as per Sharia principles. To mitigate these risks, financial institutions must go beyond basic compliance. They must have robust data protection frameworks and uphold the highest regulatory standards. Human oversight remains essential to monitor AI driven decisions, especially in sensitive areas such as credit approval and customer due diligence. Moreover, for Islamic financial institutions, continuous engagement between Sharia scholars, regulators, fintech firms, and most importantly, the customers is necessary. Only through this collective effort can digital innovation remain both responsible and true to the values of Islamic finance. Ladies and gentlemen, coming towards the conclusion of my talk, I would like to emphasize that the digital age presents yet another opportunity for Islamic finance industry to grow and contribute to the growth and development of the economy and our citizens. In this regard, I encourage the industry to take some of the following steps. First, the industry must fully leverage the momentum of digitalization in the country. This momentum should be used to close gaps in financial inclusion. Islamic finance can deliver innovative and practical solutions, especially for SMEs, the agriculture sector, and women led enterprises. To achieve this, Islamic banking institutions must deepen strategic partnerships. Collaboration with other banks, fintech firms, IT companies, and service providers is no longer optional. It is essential. Second, the Islamic banking industry must place customer experience at the center of its digital journey. This focus must extend and quality of service must be ensured from onboarding to the final stage of service delivery. In doing so, institutions should draw strength from the core values of Islamic finance. The Maqasid Sharia, fairness, transparency, and risk sharing must guide every customer interaction. Third, none of these objectives can be achieved without strong human capital. A digitally enabled future requires a skilled and adaptable workforce. Investing in capital, in capacity building, and continuous skill development is no longer a choice. It is an urgent necessity. The Islamic banking industry must prepare its human capital to work today for the demands of its growing and digitally enabled future. Finally, I urge the banking industry to strengthen its engagement with chambers of commerce and trade bodies. Greater collaboration can unlock new trade, investment, and business opportunities. This applies both locally and across borders. Platforms such as the ICCD provide an effective channel to expand these linkages and amplify impact. Ladies and gentlemen, as regulators, Sharia scholars, industry leaders, and innovators, we all carry a collective responsibility to ensure that technological progress serves the broader objectives of justice, inclusion, and societal well being. For Pakistan, this moment presents an opportunity not only to modernize its financial system, but to demonstrate that Islamic finance can offer credible, scalable, and principled solutions in a rapidly evolving global economy. The State Bank of Pakistan remains committed to supporting responsible innovation that strengthens financial stability and upholds Sharia principles. Let this conference move us beyond dialogue towards thoughtful action, enabling us to capitalize the fruits of digitalization and serve humanity with integrity and purpose. With that, I thank you for your time and look forward to continue engaging with you as we chart out the way forward for Islamic banking in our country. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor, for once again emphasizing that yes, dialogue is important, but it must be translated and scaled into thoughtful action. So, from policy to practice, the transition and the scalability is at most important. And we have the right gathering today at this forum, bringing together the right experts, the scholars, the practitioners for making this dream a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a short video that details the insight of how we move from policy to practice. This is all of these wonderful thoughts of making not just this a reality for us, but becoming an important player in the region and the world. Please take a look at this video that details the vision into what's happening on the ground and what is the true potential and promise of Islamic economy in Pakistan.
Islamic economy and the advancement of digitalization across Asia. The Pakistan experience. Pakistan stands as one of Asia's most significant Islamic economy markets. By 2025, Islamic banking assets exceeded $40 billion, accounting for more than 21% of total banking sector assets, with annual growth approaching 25%. This scale positions Pakistan as a key contributor to shaping the future of the Islamic economy across the region. Across South Asia, home to nearly 2 billion people, financial inclusion gaps remain evident. Almost 1 in 5 adults receiving government payments through bank accounts still relies on a family member or friend to collect their funds. The region also records the world's largest gender gap in digital payment usage among account owners, a gap present across South Asia, with Pakistan standing as a notable exception. In this context, Pakistan's digital Islamic banking experience is evolving from a national model into a scalable regional reference for financial inclusion and digital transformation. This transformation is supported by strong digital foundations. With more than 146 million mobile internet users and connectivity exceeding 90%, Pakistan has witnessed the emergence of Islamic digital banks, FinTech platforms, and innovation-driven financial solutions, particularly targeting youth, startups, and entrepreneurs. As digitalization accelerates, the challenge is no longer technological alone, it is institutional and governance-driven. A digital Islamic economy requires robust regulatory frameworks and the active role of scholars and specialists to align innovation with Islamic principles and long-term sustainability. In response, the State Bank of Pakistan launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy 2024 to 2028, targeting 75% financial inclusion by 2028, with digital banking, financial innovation, and the institutional role of the Islamic economy at the core of implementation. Today, the challenge is no longer digitalizing the Islamic economy, but managing this transformation through a careful balance led by experts, policymakers, and regulators, supported by the critical role of scholars in aligning innovation with Islamic principles. Along this path, Pakistan holds a real opportunity to present a strong institutional digital Islamic finance model capable of shaping the future of the Islamic economy across Asia. If digitalization is reshaping this future, who will lead this balance and who will define its path?
Hello. Yes, we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, this indeed not just is the most pivotal question, the question of the hour, but something that we must all be sort of thinking about. It's not just about who is going to lead this forum forward and scale it up, but how are we going to do it? Most of the times we believe that the good questions is where half the wisdom lies, half the insight lies. So in the course of the next 2 days, we will be bringing these questions to light, and we have, of course, a wonderful array of stars, of experts who will be helping us in that. But of course, as we have opened this forum, we'd like to take this moment to acknowledge our honorable chief guest. May I once again request His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf Hassan Khalavi, the Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum for Islamic Economy, to please accompany the Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Jameel Ahmed, the Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, to the stage, please. As a token of our appreciation and gratitude, and to actually put this vision into a reality, a combined dream, a promise that Pakistan holds, we'd like to present a small souvenir as an acknowledgement of not just his presence, but being a partner in this process. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting this to the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. Thank you, gentlemen. May I request you to please stay with us? And of course, this day, this forum would not have been possible, attracting the kind of attention and the scholars without our honorable sponsor. May I request the President and the CEO of AlBaraka Bank Pakistan for the platinum sponsor of our forum, Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, to please join us up on stage. May we request the Honorable Governor and the Secretary General to present a souvenir to Mr. Atif Hanif. Thank you, Mr. Atif. Thank you, Mr. Hassan Khalavi. And of course, may we request the gentlemen to please come together for a group photograph at this very memorable occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, as Pakistan gears up to play its very important role in the upcoming Islamic economy of the digital age, where innovation within a framework of compliance is designed and scaling up. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we were honored to have the Honorable Governor here with us. He's taken out time from a very busy schedule, and as we move forward, we understand that he'll soon be departing for his other appointments. The Honorable Governor has just met with our speakers, with our participants who have come from across the globe to deliberate these important subjects. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of Islamic financial institutions in the digital era is a subject of utmost importance, not just in Pakistan, but globally. We're taking a short pause as we allow for the networking and these important connections to be built. and as the Honorable Governor will then depart. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan is now moving forward with his other appointments. But as we take this regional conference forward, we have the first session aligned. We'll take a short break. We'll take a break of about 5 to 10 minutes and reconvene for our first and our most important dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is themed around Islamic economy and the digital disruption, balancing innovation with tradition. We'll take a short break and resume in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to resume our forum. May I once again request you all to kindly be settled? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin. Our honorable panelists from for the first session are already here. May I once again request you to kindly be seated. A big warm welcome to all our honorable guests. May I once again request you to please be seated as we are now about to begin. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a short pause, and now we are back. A very high level delegation dialogue session with the CEOs so we understand what the ground realities are. When we put these thoughts and these ideas and these policies in motions, let's try and understand why the gaps exist, and should we also be looking at these gaps as opportunities? How do we change that lens? There is a lot of hope and expectations attached to the technological advancements and how technology can play a very strong role in bringing about the scalable change of ethics and resilience. This is also going to be a big support when it comes to managing the subject of compliance. How do we move forward? Is that be more cautionary, or do we have space to innovate and have a bigger appetite for risk? The role of Islamic financial institutions in the digital era, it's all about exploring new Islamic banks, what they can embrace through the digital disruption without compromising on Sharia compliance. The central banks and the digital Islamic finance will discuss now the role of the central banks in regulating the digital Islamic finance, including the issuance of Sharia compliant digital currencies and the framework for integrating digital finance with national financial systems. This digital transformation versus the traditional Islamic finance practices is all about balancing the preservation of Islamic finance principles within the push for the digital innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator for this conversation. Please join me in welcoming the Chief Executive Officer of Lucky Investments Limited, Mr. Muhammad Shoaib. Our panelists today, of course, comprises of the leading bankers and banking institutions of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Chief Executive Officer of AlBaraka Bank, Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and the Chief Executive Officer of HBL, one of the largest banking institutions of the country. So the insights are going to be extremely important. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Nasir Salim. And last but definitely not the least, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman of the Pakistan Banks Association and the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Bank of Punjab. Please welcome Mr. Zafar Masood. Gentlemen, you'll have about an hour for this conversation. Shapes up, over to you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Every era tests Islamic finance differently. Today, our test is not whether we can digitize or not, but whether we can innovate without losing the ethical soul that defines Islamic economics. Distinguished guests, respected scholars, regulators, and industry leaders, Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor to moderate the first panel of the 6th AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference here in Pakistan. As we all know, this forum has consistently served as a platform for advancing global thought leadership in the Islamic economy. Digital disruption is actually transforming how money is created, how money is being moved, and how it is being governed. At the same time, Islamic finance is rooted in timeless principles of justice, transparency, risk sharing, and real economic activity. The question before us today is not whether Islamic finance should adopt technology. That is something inevitable. The real question is how we balance innovation with tradition so that digital transformation strengthens Sharia integrity, public trust, and economic impact. With that context, I'm delighted to begin our discussion with this distinguished panel of presidents of different banks. And my first question, sorry, Zafar से शुरू करना चाहूँ। Zafar साहब, आतिफ ने कहा कि पहले आपको पकड़ा जाए। Zafar Saab is, as we all know, is not only a president of and CEO of Bank of Punjab, he's also a chairman of Pakistan Banks Association. So my first question to him will be more related to the industry coordination. And I would like to ask Zafar, from an industry-wide perspective, what collective actions are needed to ensure consistency and credibility in digital Islamic finance across Pakistan?
जी आ रही है आवाज? Okay. Thank you very much, Shoaib. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here in this very august gathering. Thank you to Atif for inviting me. Thank you for OIC for organizing this very important event. As you know, are going through a major transformational stage in banking in Pakistan. And the discussion about Islamic banking, and especially in the context of digital, becomes even more imperative than it was before. And this is just an opportune time to have a dialogue, a conversation like this to be organized. And, I'm very thankful to OIC for taking a lead in this. Shoaib, you asked about from an industry perspective what collaboration is needed from digital finance promotion. Look, the way things are emerging, and I will now divide your question in two parts. The part one is the digital part, and part two is the Islamic finance part, because both require a collaboration at the industry level. At the digital level, we certainly need a better ecosystem. We need to work with the regulators, with the governments, especially the provincial governments, to make sure that their data is digitized, and then the accessibility of data would also be available not just to the banks, but to the FinTech and at a later stage, even to the retailers and the white good sellers. Islamic banking also is something where the industry has to come together and work on to figure out how we can accelerate the transformation and conversion to Islamic banking. A deadline is right there, and banks are fully committed. Let me tell you this: the entire banking sector is fully committed to the conversion. However, there are certain genuine issues which needed to be boxed in. For example, the government debt needs to be converted into Islamic. And until that happens, and there are minor other issues as well which needed to be brought to the fore and then addressed. That can only be done when at the industry level we engage with the regulator, which we are already, and then work with them to figure out how we can, with the government, work through the process and take things on from there for a smooth conversion. Look, for me, Islamic banking is not merely another mode of banking. For me, Islamic banking is a requirement to promote financial inclusion. People are genuinely tilting towards Islamic banking, especially those who are outside the system right now, because they still do not think that the banking that has been pursued is the real Sharia compliant banking. And this is what we need to work together as an industry to make them realize that this is the right way to go. This is the Sharia compliant way of banking, and they must pursue this in the right way. And when it comes to financial inclusion, digital becomes the backbone of it, and therefore, digital. We have done a great job, Shoaib, as far as the payment side is concerned, the cash transfers are concerned. But the digital lending, which is the topic of the session today, digital financing, as we talk about, is something which is actually the real requirement to make a dent in the financial inclusion, and that can only be achieved if the digital piece has an Islamic angle to it. Otherwise, I think we will not be able to make that kind of impact on financial inclusion which is necessary. And this is the responsibility of the association, this is the responsibility of the regulator, and this is surely the responsibility of the government.
Thank you, Zafar. You have brought the discussion to a very interesting point here, and you talked about the lending. And we all know that Bank of Punjab has a lot of focus on SME financing, on provincial financing, and also on the agriculture side. So, how can Islamic banking play a meaningful role in these areas?
Okay, I'm very glad that you asked this question, Shweb, because there are two aspects to it. I'll tackle the first aspect first and then talk about the later one, which is related to BOP. The first one that you talked about is related to how the digital finance is important in promoting SME and agriculture financing. Let me just first burst the myth that people do not understand technology. People do not at that level, at the small farmer level or the small entrepreneur level. There is a myth that they don't understand technology. Let me tell you something here. Our experience is entirely different. When it is your interest, when the real incentives are built into the process, people try and go an extra mile to understand things which they have not confronted in the past. And therefore, to say that technology may not make that impact on people because of the accessibility issues or their awareness is actually a myth which we have seen bursting in front of us in our programs at the provincial government level. The acquisition cost of small customer is very high when it comes to banking. Therefore, the important thing is that technology has to be employed to make sure that we acquire those customers at the most effective rate so that it becomes feasible for the bank as well as for that customer to go for the financing from the banks. And therefore, technology plays a major role in that aspect. Um, as far as BOP's role is concerned, BOP has an advantage over the other banks, and I must say this, not just being the chairman of Pakistan Banks Association, I perhaps have to say, no, I'm telling this with a hand on my heart that BOP has an edge over the other banks. Why? Because of our sponsors having one tilted towards, and the similar thing goes for HBL as well, tilting more towards genuinely pursuing financial inclusion in Islamic banking for that matter, because to my mind, they are synonymous. Islamic banking and financial inclusion are synonymous. We shall not be treating them as two different, distinct, mutually exclusive items. They're actually are bosom buddies. They're connected with each other. We have an advantage not just because of the sponsorship of the government of Punjab, but also the fact that the government of Punjab has a much better digital infrastructure available at the back of which we have been able to ramp up our SME and agriculture portfolio. If that kind of opportunity is available to the other banks as well, I can tell you with a hand on my heart, you will see the other banks doing even better than Bank of Punjab. HBL, without even having that kind of support on the infrastructure side from other provinces, are still doing a remarkable job, for example, through HBL Zarai. The similar resolve I've seen at UBL, the similar commitment I could see from Bank Islami, from AlBaraka. AlBaraka has done a phenomenal job on that, Atif, your olive plantation project. Mizan has done a phenomenal job. You are very well aware of it. So it is just a matter of making that ecosystem available to the banks and incentives to be built in, and you will see that banks responding to it very, very positively and in a very impactful manner.
Thank you, Zafar. No, you raised a very important point that there's no concern about accessibility. Also, there's no question of people not being aware or understanding. As we know, there are 20 million Binance users in Pakistan. So if the technology is available, we have 168 million mobile phone users in Pakistan. And if we package it right correctly, then obviously there will be a lot of interest.
So just to give you a sense, for example, Shoaib, in last year, BOP has stacked up 110,000 SME customers. The total customers as of today are 303,000 SMEs at the back of technology. Just imagine if we have a similar infrastructure of technology available in Sindh and in KPK and Balochistan, you will see banks doing even better than this. The same goes for agriculture. In agriculture, BOP stacked up almost 1 million customer, although that has not reflected in the numbers as yet. It will show up. The approved number is 1 million farmers. 350,000 is shown up last year. You will see a bigger number, 600 and something this year, and then next year, 1 million customers. If the similar infrastructure is available on the land revenue side, on the excise side, PITB in Punjab, you will see the banks stacking up even a bigger number than what BOP contributed on its own.
Thank you. Nasir, as a follow-up question on the same subject, can you share with us how HBL Bank as a universal bank has actually made agriculture credit available to the people, and how have you used the technology for that?
Sure. Thank you, Shoaib, for that. And I'd like to start on a lighter note. Zafar mentioned the non-traditional olive growth. And I do want to share with the group that Atif very proudly presented each of the Pakistan Banks Association members with a complimentary bottle of that olive, and therefore there was a benefit because it stuck in everybody's mind.
But we have a very short memory, Nasir. I'm forgetting it now. You reminded me, so I guess it's time
Probably
for
another
one
bottle
now.
coming.
Yes.
The season has just started.
You have to keep it top of mind all the time.
So I think I'd like to share first, just add on to a few things that Zafar said. When we start looking at it, it is really what is Islamic banking? It is about ethical banking. And therefore, it should not come as a surprise that globally there is an awareness, and I would say, in that sense, the entire world is tilting towards better ethics. So, ethical finance right now is the top priority, not just for Islamic Sharia inspired and Sharia compliant banking, but even on the conventional side, this is something that is clearly front and center. You see a lot of the green bonds coming in, you see a lot of the SDGs or the targets that they want to hit. And now, I was at an event recently in UK, in London, where there was a global conference, and they were really now looking at multiple SDGs being tagged to a particular piece. So we've got the Islamic Sukuk that has been launched in the PSX. We also have a lot of work going on the conventional side in terms of green. So the key thing for us, this is a great opportunity for us to present this not just for the Islamic Ummah, but offer it as a universal tool, because if done right, this is exactly what the world is talking about. So I would say there's a huge opportunity for us to take a look at. I think from I'll just reflect on a couple of things that I picked up, from the keynote speakers as well. It's really becoming a challenge and an opportunity. We talked about, we need more human capital. When I look at it, each and every bank that is an Islamic bank in Pakistan or has an Islamic window has a Sharia board. It has Sharia scholars. The State Bank of Pakistan has a Islamic banking department. So when you start to add that up, when you start to look at the scholars that are being generated, there is a huge human capital base, but we've split it across the industry. So that sense of scale is not coming through. As someone who does a window, and right now out of the 1600 branches that we have, now 600 plus are Islamic, fully Islamic, and another 500 are windows. So we are, well ahead, and this has been based upon our customers' demand that they now require Islamic banking, they desire Islamic banking. So we recently converted pretty much all of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to Islamic banking. UBL has done the same. So I do see us accelerating around this. What my desire would be when we talk about digital, um, the mechanisms that have been used by Bank of Punjab, and I think Zafar talked about, he would like to replicate those across all the provinces, and some of the provinces have started digitizing land records and so on and so forth. But at the same time, this is the same application being replicated across the country. My hope and desire is if we could coalesce on one definition of what is Islamic banking, and this was the earlier comments that were made by the honorable sponsor of this conference, Brother Yusuf had said that. I think the job becomes very easy. So we can either waste our time, doing 30, 35 different permutations because not everybody is entirely satisfied with any one of them, or we can look at a much more coordinated approach. So I think the need of the hour in terms of the requirements, the infrastructure is for us to coalesce more closely together. And it's not just about, State Bank has been very diligent. They've given guidelines, they've given other pieces, but then there's individual variances. For example, one bank, Islamic Bank, full Islamic, has successfully launched a covered card, which is the equivalent of a conventional card on the conventional banking side. But the rest of the institutions are still struggling with getting approvals from respective boards. So I think unless we coalesce on some of these principles, that growth is going to be episodic and it's not going to be consistent. The other piece where we need to cooperate is like Zafar talked about the agriculture side. Bank of Punjab has done a phenomenal job. We've put a dedicated subsidiary that Zafar referred to. But all the banking sector put together today constitutes less than 10% of Pakistan's total agri financing requirements. Core agri crop and non-crop dairy and livestock, plus the SMEs in that eco chain. So we have 90% of that still lying in the informal sector with the RTs that really take undue margins from the small growers. So I think the challenges for us are, how do we simplify, how do we scale up so that we can actually provide this digital component and put that forward. So if we try to do it the old-fashioned way, by people going out, I today in my agri team have about 600 to 700 people at any given time, all across Pakistan, that are totally dedicated towards agriculture. But with 100 billion portfolio, the collections are also being done. Everything is being done in a semi-automated manual way. Digitization that we are doing on the agri side actually allows us to scale up very, very fast. And those 600 or 700 can then actually support, 10x, 20x customers, because really all the transactions are being done digitally. All you have to look at is potentially, collections, working out, restructures for people if there's a bad crop or a crop failure. But the rest of it is all taken care of digitally. So I see us, if we look at it, we go that way. The second element that I picked up again from the keynote speaker that alluded to it sort of obliquely is around when we talk about Islamic finance. Some people argue there's no such thing as Islamic banking. It's Islamic finance, because we're taking conventional products and we're putting an Islamic structure into it. About a decade ago, we had a small consumer asset company in Saudi for an institution I worked for. So the whole thing was giving the customer a Sharia compliant personal finance. So what we would do is we would accept the applications, process them. There was a car dealership nearby. We would talk to them. They would send us the ownership papers of a particular vehicle in the showroom. Now that's an asset. I have constructive possession and ownership because I bought the asset, and I can do the buy sell. My customer walks away with the documents, goes to the dealership, sells it back, takes the money. Dealership makes a commission, I make a commission, and it's much more expensive for the buyer. So when you look at ethical, it has to be purpose driven. So ground up, we have to look at this customer or my set of target market customers have 5 big needs. How do I create Islamic structures ground up to meet those 5 big needs? And that way I've got a truly Sharia compliant process. The second thing is both the depositors and the borrowers have to be treated with ethics. And therefore, the margin in between for institutions needs to be fair, reasonable, and comparable. So I think those are the kind of things, if we solve for, we can maintain the credibility of Islamic banking, and it becomes more and more a preferred medium of banking versus doing things that might actually break the momentum. So if I was to break it down to two things, it is about innovation, consistency, standardization, and it is about the ethical values that we need to bring into whatever that we're doing.
Thank you, Nasir. It's very interesting. Nasir, since we were on the subject of the role of the central bank also during your discussion, I would like to invite your attention and ask your opinion on another important area which is relatively new, which is the digital payments, which is the Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. How can the central bank or the regulator in particular can play an important role in regulating this digital Islamic finance? So we are coming up with digital currencies, stable currency, national payment system, AI-driven finance. What would be your perspective? Because this is something, a new area which is coming up. So how can regulator preempt the same?
So I think I like analogies and sayings very much. I think they use the wrong animal in this analogy, but there's an analogy that says, how do you eat an elephant? I know that's not probably Sharia compliant, but the answer is very simple, bit by bit. So I think when you talked about it, there's a whole slew of things that were there. So the first thing is digital rails. I think digital rails is a no-brainer. They're already there. Every Islamic bank in Pakistan has a mobile app. Some of the features, functions may be different, but it exists today. More and more things are being given over there. HPL was the first to implement a Sharia compliant POS mechanism or system. So any merchant category code which is designated for non-Sharia compliant products is blocked on it. So only the acceptances is only around purchases which are allowed. So I think digital actually enables much better Sharia compliance because it's all traceable, trackable. You have the entire metadata lying with you that you can audit from a desktop. You don't need to go place to place in most products and be able to audit it simply based on the structure and running a few samples around it. So I think digitization helps things move faster. When we move more towards the new frontier, so the first starting point I would say would be CBDCs or central bank issued digital currencies. So today, the central bank issues paper. But when I go back to any central bank and I say, here's this piece of paper, here's 5,000 rupees, give me the gold or the silver, they'll say, no, I'll give you a new 5,000 rupee note back. You have an old one, I'll give you a new one. So it is today a paper mechanism. So if I'm now doing it digitally and I'm the issuer, it is fiat currency, it is the government we live in. So if we believe that today the issuance of paper currency is Sharia compliant, then CBDCs is not beyond that. The other element is then if we look at stable coins, right, and stable coins for remittances. Um, I can see from this is where, when I step back a little and look at it globally, today about 75% of the world's economy is essentially outside the purview of what we would say the Muslim majority countries that are actually putting Sharia compliance forward, ethical banking on Islamic principles and compliant with the Sharia regulations. So there will always be some manner of transactions, particularly international transactions. Digital and these kind of structures allow the bridge because we have a choice. If we want to be 100% Sharia compliant, we have examples of Afghanistan, Sudan that we can follow, and we can probably be at 100%. But if we want to live in the global economy, at a certain stage, there will be elements where we will have to work through it and create those mechanisms. So, working with the correspondent banks, there is certainly an element of on ramp and off ramp where the CBDC becomes basically a medium where I can provision something into a US dollar denominated either a CBDC or a stable coin, and that gets me on ramp for a payment. Then there is a Sharia compliant nostro for the correspondent bank that picks it up and can take it forward, or we can directly settle with an exchange for another bank. So I think this is where we need scholars to also deliberate a little, but I can see this coming up, very quickly that we will have to deal with, cryptocurrencies and others, but more not for a speculative purpose. I think where we get into speculation, pure speculation. That is something that's probably we stay away from. But a legitimate transaction of real value of goods. The other element that we need to be comfortable with is when we do technology imports and exports. These are all, virtual things. I mean, what is the software? What is it worth? So I think to a certain extent, other countries in Pakistan, there is still a limited availability of sakuks, while the state bank is pushing more and more is coming in. But we do need to dialogue, debate, and coalesce upon, if we were to take that chunk that Zafar is talking about and address that as well. What are the mechanisms that other countries have successfully employed with similar economies, similar balance of payment challenges, but have yet managed to accomplish these things? How has Sudan, for example, done this? What mechanisms were used? So I think there are examples that are available, and again, forums like the AlBaraka Forum, I think, are important ones where we can take these away. I think the other one is the IFSP forums, which are very useful. That we can step back, learn from Go Global, but also the more we simplify our own Islamic landscape and variations, because we must remember from a GDP perspective, we are certainly not at the top of the world. So we have very precious money, FX, that we need to spend carefully. So if there can be consistency in our requirements, that will mean a single development that all institutions can leverage. If there are 30 different requirements, that's for the developers, for the technology companies, that's like, that's fantastic. So this is where I think we have a problem. We have a room full of talent. So there's no lack of talent. Where we say there's a shortage of talent, I think with digital tools, the same person sitting in doesn't need to go into a branch to see whether the financing chain was there. The last piece I would say is there's very little that has been done in Pakistan to develop e-Sharia so that the documentation, the heavy paperwork that puts Islamic banking at a disadvantage versus conventional, if we were to digitize that and work it into the workflow of the sequence, then the Sharia compliance of the sequencing, do I have constructive possession or not, is time stamped by the computer. So the auditing is not just the auditing. You can press a button and say, show me only the exceptions. It will run a filter and it will throw out, here are the non-compliant transactions. So the sooner we start to work not just on the capabilities in terms of the actual financial transactions, but the Sharia compliance of it and reducing the paperwork to a couple of clicks for our customers, that to me is going to allow us to really, 10x, 20x, 30x, really grow, the entire financial sector much faster and further.
No, thank you very much. And I think you have raised a very important concept, e-Sharia. I think we need to work on it. I never thought about it before, to be very honest, but that's an important element to be brought in. Atif, coming to you now, and referring to Brother Sheikh Yusuf's introductory remarks, he also mentioned about that the role of Islamic finance or Islamic banks is not to just to digitize and replicate the conventional structures, but to come up with a new idea. So, as a pure play Islamic bank in Pakistan and globally, AlBaraka, how do you ensure that digital transformation advances Maqasid al-Sharia rather than merely digitizing conventional finance models?
First of all, yes, Sheikh Yusuf very correctly said the objective of all innovations and digitalization and technologies is supposed to promote Sharia compliance and products and services instead of simply replicating and automating the products that we have already copied from the conventional banking in our system. That is correct. So what we do is, I can narrate what we have done in AlBaraka Bank, is innovation is the at the forefront of our entire transformation of the bank that we have been doing in the last 2 3 years. Uh, we have developed a digital hub, which is actually a lab where all departments sit together, they deliberate, they exchange ideas to come up with new products. And Sharia team and the Sharia scholars of the bank are very much integral part of this entire conversation that is happening. Apart from that, we also look at the opportunities that our bank is offering to our customers, to the bank, to the business, and to the economy of Pakistan, which are unique in nature. For example, we exist in 13 countries, and we are a very established Islamic banking institution in all these 13 countries. Pakistan somehow has seen exodus of foreign banks in last 2 decades. So we feel that we have a unique advantage that we are not only a foreign bank, but we are a foreign Islamic bank. And very established, we are the oldest Islamic bank in Pakistan since 1992, and almost from the same period, we have been banking in these 13 countries. So what we came up with was a digital innovative platform. It is called AlBaraka Group Inter-Subsidiary Collaboration to enhance the exports of Pakistan. It started like this in 2023, and the first webinar that we arranged was between the exporters of Pakistan and the buyers of the same product, same segment, 12 segments in South Africa. And this webinar was not only just a webinar connecting businesses, but we also established a portal, a trade finance portal, which was a closed end and it was limited to the members who have attended the webinar. This became such a success. Uh, we we invited our customers in Marriott here in Karachi and the others. There were a total of 60 customers from Pakistan and 40 from South Africa. Uh, about 25 connected virtually from all over Pakistan. They invited their customers Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg. We invited our their ambassador. They invited our ambassador, and Dr. Ishaq led it, and our group CEO attended from Bahrain, and it was such a success that immediately it was launched among all the subsidiaries of AlBaraka Group, and now it is being followed very robustly on quarterly basis between all the subsidiaries. And not only this portal is being managed from Karachi. So I'm talking about unique innovation in digital mode from an Islamic bank to give value to the customer. So that is very important. Uh, Automation, yes, that we are doing in all our products. But what unique we are pitching to our customers is a Islamic trade finance portal to connect between the customers in our various jurisdictions. So it has been happening country to country, but latest was a first product webinar of AlBaraka Group, where the product was chosen from Pakistan. It was the sports goods of Sialkot, and they were connected at the same time with the buyers of the sports goods in 12 countries. So 70 leading exporters participated. It became a huge success. So now this program has evolved into a very strong business model of AlBaraka Group. Our corporate heads of 13 countries are in a form of a committee. They meet every Wednesday to to follow up on the queries of the customers which have taken place during the week. And they also meet virtually once a year in a different country and deliberate about enhancing its role. So now we are actually converting this web-based portal into a mobile app-based portal, and it's going to be launched very soon. Our chief information officer once got an award in Pakistan for such an innovative technological platform for the customers. But then we found out that there is a CIO World Forum as well, where he was invited and given this award in Egypt because they announced that this is the first bank in the world who has established such a convenient platform for the businesses around various jurisdictions. So this is just one example, but innovation, yes, we have also come up with our auto finance digital processing product now, which has been launched about a week ago. So we are the first bank who is offering this complete digital auto financing for not only our own customers but for even new to bank customers. And the decision is taken in 2 minutes. Anybody can apply from their phone anywhere, and the financing is either approved or declined, whatever. Uh, so uh, you're right. It's not just the replicating of the products which the conventional banking already is offering. It has to be innovation, and Sharia has to be very much integral part of every single innovation. And I think, like Zafar said, and um, uh, I think Zafar Sahab said that the financial inclusion is the biggest challenge of Pakistan. That's correct. So Islamic banking, not only through the Sharia compliant products, but very convenient digital products, is very important to include this about 60-70% of unbanked population of Pakistan. And we are working in this direction. And I think most banks are, all Islamic banks are, and all conventional banks are even very robust towards expanding the Islamic banking and digitalization. Like Nasir Saab said, on agri side and SME side, HBL is doing such a great work, and on agri side especially, and SME both, Bank of Punjab and Zafar Saab is very robust about this. And the conversion of the conventional banks in the areas like Balochistan and KP is, while they are expanding their digital innovation and products, is going to make a significant change in the financial inclusion of Pakistan banking industry.
Thank you, Adif. I had a chance to have had a detailed discussion with Atif some time back on this trade financing and use of Islamic finance and digital ecosystem to connect Pakistan to different markets. So it's a great initiative which can be replicated by other markets as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Zafar, coming back to you, we are talking about conversions to Islamic banking, right? So my question to you that how can digitization support national plans to move towards a more integrated Islamic banking systems, and in what ways can digital tools facilitate a smooth, inclusive transformation for existing conventional banks transitioning towards Islamic finance?
So, sure, the first and the foremost thing is that we have to learn from each other. If somebody has done a good job, then we should not shy away and then learn from them and even collaborate with them. To my mind, there are three things which are important: collaboration, collaboration, and collaboration. The scale of the conversion or the digital adoption is so large that there is a market large enough for everybody, and collaboration can only make sure that we will come to a point where the competition will kick in. So the collaboration must be such that we should work towards improving financial inclusion, and then talk about competition. There is no competition right now. It's really a suppressed market, whether it's conversion or digital adoption. The other one is the opportunity itself, the scale of opportunity for each bank. The conversion poses such a big opportunity for everybody that it can only be possible if we move very fast. If we miss the boat, then that bank which will miss the boat will lose the opportunity. I have seen one bank done a great job in terms of conversion through digital means. One bank based out of Lahore, which has always been ahead of technology. I think we learn from them and adopt them. Bank of Punjab has already decided to collaborate with them, to talk to them, and then see how we can adopt that conversion piece through technology as to make sure that, that the conversion takes place smoothly and effectively, which Nas has also alluded to earlier. Look, the point is that we need to raise above the competition here. It's all about servicing our customers, meeting our customer needs. It's all about offering them the best of the best service in Pakistan. And we should not shy away from collaborating with other banks or the subsidiary of other banks. For example, HPL Zarai, I have already asked my team that irrespective of the fact that it has a HPL name on it, we will work with them and we will work together to make sure that we will work for the best interest of our customer, which is small farmers. The same goes for the technology that I'm talking about. One bank in Lahore has already done it. We're already working with them to figure out how we can work together to take it forward and adopt in our organization. And both these things require an urgent response, Shoaib. If we do not respond urgently to these things, we will miss out on the opportunity. So while the collaboration is essential, but the unstructured collaboration can be dangerous as well. And this is where the role of organizations like PBA, the role like OIC will come very handy in terms of in terms of coming out with the solutions which are replicable and applicable across the industry. But the collaboration works best, Shoaib, when it is decentralized, but the trust is centralized. We need to start trusting each other. It has to be more inclusive. It has to be more collaborative. I wish there were more Islamic banks here today. I wish there were more conventional banks here today. And I would like to see them to be part of this conference next year with more vigor and commitment until unless we move beyond our competition, our comparative landscape, I don't think we'll be able to make an impact that is necessary for Sharia conversion and especially the digital means that we can collaborate on. Lastly, I just like to suggest to the State Bank of Pakistan, they've done a wonderful job in making a sandbox for digital banking. I would also urge and request that for Islamic banking, they need to have a Sharia sandboxing done because the ideas that will come out from there will be help and applicable for the others too. So sandboxing on Sharia documentation, the Sharia solutions is also the name of the game, especially when we have a deadline in front of us to achieve the conversion.
Thank you very much, Gafar. I have a lot of other questions, but I would like to give an opportunity to the audience to ask a couple of questions because as we are approaching the end of the session. So if there are any questions from the audience, we can take just one or two questions.
Mike Mahdi.
Assalamu alaikum to all of you. My question is from Mr. Zafar Masood. As being chairman of Pakistan Banks Association, how do you see the conversion happening, the collective efforts, what steps are being taken by Pakistan Banks Association? Because individual banks are doing really good things, but being a chairman, what's the strategy of Pakistan Banks Association for this Sharia conversion? Thank you.
Great question, Zadi साहब. I think दो तीन सवाल ले लेते हैं ताकि
Hello, Farhad, this is Bilal Hussain from Bloomberg. So my question is also related that 2028 तक जो है ये शरिया कोर्ट ने कहा है कि इसको आपको कन्वर्ट करना है. Is it possible? कोई रेजिस्टेंस है इसके अंदर? यू आर द लाइक बैंकिंग फेडरेशन के आप वो हैं, तो आपको कैसा दिख रहा है कि इज इट पॉसिबल और नॉट?
सॉरी क्या चीज पॉसिबल?
कन्वर्जन एग्जैक्टली बाय 2028 इट्स लाइक प्लस.
ये किसने सवाल पूछा है?
बिलाल हुसैन.
बिलाल, आप नजर क्यों नहीं आ रहे? आया सामने खड़े.
जी,
बड़ा खतरनाक सवाल पूछा. यही तुमने पूछना था, कोई और सवाल पूछ लेते यार. ओके, I'll respond to it. For you can go ahead. Okay. So Zadi साहब, आपका जो सवाल था about the efforts that PBA is doing to achieve conversion, I regret to inform you that I don't think we are doing enough. I think we need to do more. However, on our part, what we have done is that we have already highlighted the areas which are required to be considered by the government and by the central bank to make sure that the deadline of the 31st December 2027 is met smoothly. And we've already, highlighted those areas which need attention of the government and the regulator to address quickly. And we in every forum, in every discussion, Islamic banking conversion is a very important aspect. Having said that, I can also confirm to you with all conviction that the banking industry per se is fully committed for the conversion. However, there are certain aspects which are beyond the control of the banking industry, where the government has to step up and the regulator needs to take a step further. That is beyond our control. And if that doesn't happen, then the conversion, to answer your question, Bilal, then the conversion, 100% conversion may become may be delayed or become a question mark. But otherwise, as far as the banks are concerned, we are completely committed to converting ourselves to Islamic banking, whoever it's applicable on. There are certain areas where it may not be applicable on, but there are many areas which still needs to be addressed, and that is beyond the control of the PBA and beyond the control of the banking industry per se. That's in the domain of the regulator, that's in the domain of the government, and they need to address those issues. For example, the conversion of the government debt. As you know, almost 60% of ADR right now is to the government. Now that has to be converted. For example, open market operation has to be made Sharia compliant. For example, the borrowing from the multilateral agencies have to make Sharia compliant. There are collaborations that the banks have with those multilaterals, the DFIs internationally, where they are non-Sharia compliant right now, and that conversion needs to take place as well. Are we supposed to carve them out? Are we supposed to ask them for the conversion? I think we will eventually go for some kind of dispensation on those areas, which is an absolute requirement to achieve a significant level of conversion. Look, we also need to be mindful and realistic about something. Nasir also talked about it, but let me share some statistics with you. The most robust Sharia compliance globally is in Malaysia. Malaysia right now is at 44%. In the next 10 years, they have an aim to get to 54%. And Malaysia has always been ahead of the curve as far as Sharia compliant conversion was concerned, Sharia compliant solutions was concerned. And by the way, they are not as strict in Sharia compliant standards as perhaps we are or the other countries are. So therefore, their conversion was much easier than the others. and they are still talking about 54%. Talking about 100% in merely 3 years may require some dispensation, and we need to be prepared for it. PBA has already highlighted those areas. We are just waiting for the regulator and the government of Pakistan to respond to it. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Hello.
This is the last audience question we are taking.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. My name is Mohammed Uwais.
आप जरा उठ जाए, आप नजर नहीं आ रहे.
The right side.
राइट साइड. अच्छा जी जी जी, क्या नाम है आपका?
मोहम्मद उवैस.
अवैस साहब जी.
सर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपने ई शरिया कंप्लायंस की बात की, तो जिस तरीके से स्टेट बैंक ने लास्ट टाइम रेगुलेटरी की थी कि सारे जितने भी बैंक के प्रोसेस हैं वो सेंट्रल मैनेज किए जाएंगे, जिसके बाद पीबीए और ईवाई ने एक रेगुलेटरी ऑर्डर जारी किया और केपीआई डिफाइंड की फॉर द सॉल्यूशन. तो ई गवर्नेंस के लिए इस तरीके से कोई रेगुलेटरी वर्क फ्रेमवर्क डिज़ाइन किया जाएगा जिसके बेस पे सिस्टम इम्प्लीमेंट किए जाएँ या केपीआई डिफाइन की जाए ताकि बैंक उसको अडॉप्ट कर सकें.
बहुत अच्छा आपका पॉइंट है. मेरे ख्याल ये ई गवर्नेंस का पॉइंट जो था ये नासिर ने रेज किया था, तो आई टेक let Nasir take the crack. By the way, Nasir is also the senior vice chairman of PBS, so he can also talk about on behalf of PBS as well.
सर वो वैसे सीनियर वाइस चेयरमैन गलती से बना दिया था, बाय मिस्टेक, फॉर द फॉरेनर्स टू अंडरस्टैंड. बट इन एनी केस आई थिंक इज़ वेरी सिंपल. आप इसको बहुत ज़्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्स ना करें. आज आपका शरिया कंप्लायंस पेपर के ऊपर होता है. जब मेरा शरिया बोर्ड के जो रेजिडेंट शरिया ऑडिटर है कंप्लायंस में जाते हैं टुगेदर विद हिज टीम, so they have a structured review program, on the basis of which they confirm that. So my sense is इसके लिए कोई आपको regulation की ज़रूरत नहीं है. This is about merely taking that particular thing, and when you are creating a digital version of the same product, you have to make sure that those standard review program risk points and the validation methodology is kept in mind, so that there is a Sharia compliance report that is generated. There is an exception to that process which is generated. You can even classify certain exceptions as major, minor, medium, whatever you like. And that is the beauty of digital. अगर मैं आज बोलूँ कि यार ये 5,000 इस ब्रांच में, there are 5,000 facilities we have extended to SMEs. Go check this for Sharia compliance. The team is going to be sitting there for a week, manually going through the documents. When you have it on digital, then you already have got your compliance done. So that is what I'm talking about. कि ये तो कोई, this is not rocket science. We're talking about conversion of portfolios. I'll digress a little. But when I worked in UAE, the moment I had joined that Islamic bank, we bought the consumer portfolio जो कि Barclays बैंक का था. Barclays was exiting the consumer business at that time. We converted the entire portfolio, lock, stock, and barrel, to Sharia compliance. Very simple mechanism approved by our Sharia board, and we went through it and we successfully took over mortgages, auto finance, credit card, all the products. And we did it at competitive rates. We did it within the timeline. It took us from start to finish about 3 months, to get this thing once we agreed and we signed off. And most of the customers stayed with us, even the non-Muslims, even the Hindus, the Jews, whatever, everybody stayed with us. We had built into the price offer that we would probably lose about 15% of our portfolio. In the end, we lost only about 2% of that acquired portfolio. So that is what it is. So I think, again, if we work, Zafar, collaboratively, There are precedents, and we don't need to be constrained just by what we know in Pakistan. So we should reach out, and I think the benefit of, again, forums like this that are there, I think are for the benefit of the entire Islamic Ummah, that not only do we move more and more towards the Sharia compliant banking, but at the same time, we are we give this to the world as a gift, that you talk about ethical banking, but I think we also need to look at our conduct. And I think there was some comments, especially when the governor talked about it, the conduct of our people within the financial sector, needs to be in the best interest of the customer. And the concept of mutual benefit, do no harm, transparency, I mean, that is why we're doing it. The structure is, and this goes beyond the Sharia board. Sharia board basically says that this structure that you're using is Sharia compliant. But what we are doing with the customer is on us. So I would also request, let's not delegate our responsibilities to the Sharia board. They have certified that the structure is in compliance. How we use that product, we have to use it very responsibly. And I think that's where ethics has to be driven from the top. So I think the executive teams of banks needs to drive that, because today we have an opportunity to improve that. When we look at allegations of mis-selling, lack of transparency, those complaints, that shows us a little bit of the face in the mirror, that we have work to do in this regard.
Thank you very much.
Shoaib, very
Yeah.
important point that Nasir mentioned and that triggered a thought in my head. Um, is a possible collaboration, and Atif, I would suggest you and Brother Yusuf that Pakistan Banks Association will be very keen to have some kind of agreement with you to and of course with State Bank of Pakistan as well, to have a sandbox as well as shared learnings portal whereby the digital learnings elsewhere in Pakistan we can share with each other, and sandbox we can work with the banks outside Pakistan as well, so that we'll learn from you and see how it can be made more internationalized and made more cross-border as well. Nasir talked about, and very aptly actually, about the fact that cryptos are the reality. Stable coins are a reality. We need to accept it. We need to start working on it now as at the OIC forum to see how it can be made Sharia compliant. And perhaps the first we can offer, the three of us who are sitting on the stage here, we can work with you and have world's first stable coin, Sharia compliant stable coin offering out of one of the Islamic jurisdictions in the world. I think this is the way we need to go and collaborate and take the advantage of the forum like this.
Thank you very much. One last question before I give you the mic, Atif. My last question, and that's my favorite question, and it is directed to all three of you. And that is about, if we look ahead to 2030, like 5 years from now, what must be done today to ensure digital Islamic finance contributes meaningfully to the broader Islamic economy? Your thoughts on this?
Okay, so let me just say that while we can list down a whole menu of items that needed to be tackled and addressed here, but Shoaib, let me make it very simple for everybody. It is all about working together, raising beyond your own self-interest, looking at the larger interest of the customer, and then finding solution in a collaborated fashion. This is the way to go. There is no other way and there is no other aspect. We are entering into a very, very interesting times. We already are in a very interesting times. We are in a period in the world where every ethical barrier has already been shaken up. The presidents of the other countries have been kidnapped while they're sleeping, while they're in their sleep in the night. Now, this is unheard of. The kind of things that are happening in this world, we are now making an offer to buy another country. For God's sakes, what are we talking about? And that's where the ethical piece becomes even more important than earlier. And we as an ummah, as Islamic community, should show the highest level of ethical standards and collaboration and working together as one party to show our strength that we can work together. And trust me, if we all get on one stage and work together on this, we can really send a positive message to the world. And the starting point could be the Sharia compliance financing 2020, 20, between now and 2030, there will be many, many shocks coming our way. And if we do not collaborate, trust me, the requirement of the banking will also shift substantially. Yeah. The digital evolution is so fast that if we do not work jointly with the FinTech, for example, with each other, we will really miss the boat. And this is what we need to be mindful of between now and the next 5 years. Only one thing, work as a community, work together, collaboration and inclusiveness is the way forward.
Thank you. Nasir, any additional comments?
You know, Zafar just took the analogy I was going to start with, but luckily he used a boat. I was going to say, as far as when I look at 2030, as far as the digital onslaught is concerned, the train has already left the station. And so while we are dialoguing about let's coalesce, you know, let's have one common standard, let's take the things so that we don't miss this boat. If we do not do those things, I think we will be hung up on the conversion of what conventional banks or Islamic banks have or windows have today within the banking sector, while the digitization basically reverses the gains we've made, because then as a ratio, that is going to be much higher. So the sooner we follow the advice that Zafar is giving, I think the better it is, not just for the banks, but I think for all the entities or interests that are represented today in the room. This is actually for all of us. How do we coalesce? How do we co-create? And how do we leave minor differences to the side? If we have to standardize, if we have to move fast, I can't be, you know, I can only bake one cake, chocolate flavor. That's my favorite. But now if you want me to do, you know, a truffle cake, you know, you want me to do a vanilla cake, a strawberry cake, a fresh cook, then I'm going to slow down. So let's at least agree on what kind of cake we want to eat. But if we're going to have 50 different varieties, you know, the chef is going to go crazy. So I think that's the way I would put it. We have a balance that we need to look. But if we cannot be united, then I think what does it show to the rest of the world? You know, then the criticism, you leave yourself open to criticism. What are you doing in your own countries? And why can't you all come to a common ground?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zafar and Nasir Saab. This very idea of encouraging Islamic Chamber of Commerce and AlBaraka Forum to participate in the activities in Pakistan as well was driven by collaboration and connecting Pakistan with the opportunities that every one of us has to offer. I'm today missing two people. Last year in this panel, Irfan Siddiqui Saab stole the show. and Yusuf Sir was here in the second round of the same conference. Yes. So today, I think our office from London tried to collaborate with and invited Mizan Bank, but there was some, I don't know what, but there was some changes. But I just saw Ahmed Ali walking in. So Ahmed is here for the next panel. So we have actually established this entire idea based on two things: collaborating in Pakistan. So Irfan Siddiqui sahab was sitting here, right here in the center, and connecting Pakistan with all the opportunities that it has. So I will request Sheikh Yusuf Kalavi to please. This is a great idea, and we should have a agreement with the Pakistan Banking Association for the more synergy and larger scope of the opportunities that the AlBaraka Forum and Islamic Chamber of Commerce can offer to Pakistan. So this is one thing. Second, thank you very much, Sheikh Yusuf, because I know 3 years ago there has not been a single event of Islamic Chamber of Commerce or AlBaraka Forum in Pakistan since 1979, since Islamic Chamber had established the head office in Karachi. And now we have 6 events happening every year. So Pakistan, when I first met Sheikh Yusuf, I was introduced by my head office. Sheikh Yusuf impressed, so much that his such an active calendar of Islamic Chamber and AlBaraka Forum from Indonesia to Morocco every year. And I asked a small question that how active are we in Pakistan? So after that question, this journey started, and I assure my colleagues and participants that I think we are, if not number one, among the top three in the Islamic Chamber and the AlBaraka Forum activities as a country now. And I have assured Sheikh Yusuf that I'll be your partner in every single thing that you do in Pakistan. So thank you very much.
And Atif, I can commit on behalf of by the way, my association with Nasir goes back a very, very long way. So I can also commit on behalf 30 years. So I can also commit on behalf of Nasir as well that whatever you would like HBL and BOP to be part of it, we will be part of it as well. And PBA is given, it's your body and really. But I'm talking about on behalf of the two banks who are sitting here as well. We will be also supporting you whatever way you and OICCI wants to take this forward.
Thank you. Now, coming back to the question,
Yeah.
I think I will, great things have been said, so I will only come back to what we are already doing with the Islamic Chamber of Commerce. In 2030, until 2030, Pakistan can have a dynamic change and a robust growth, economy-wise, Islamic finance, Islamic banking, inclusion, exports, and that is through following and aligning Pakistan with the global halal economy. So this is a subject which I learned from Sheikh Yusuf. He invited me to Makkah Halal Forum 2 years ago as a speaker. I was surprised by my being invited. I checked with the Islamic Chamber people, and they said Sheikh Yusuf wants to have an Islamic banker's view on the halal economy. So I prepared a lot, and I learned a lot. And ever since, I've been talking about the potential that Pakistan can achieve just by aligning with the export potential in halal protein, halal cosmetics, halal pharmaceutical, halal fashion, and halal tourism. So once again, this Makkah Halal Forum is happening in February, and I will request. I've already requested Pakistan Business Council to participate in that in a big way. FPCCI is also participating in a big way. I think some 15 to 20 big businesses are participating, and they are taking booths in the London Halal Forum last month. I think there were 11 participants from Pakistan first time out of this. So we held two very big conferences and invited 130, 140 businesses in Karachi and Lahore in halal, and there was a separate event on halal fashion in Karachi, and I think it made a difference. And the Prime Minister has also, SIFC has also included this in the agenda now, halal, and Prime Minister has just signed the first halal meat export policy. So many other things are going to roll out in this, and I think 2030, until 2030, if Pakistan embarks on this export-driven, halal-driven export growth, I think Pakistan, most of the economic challenges will be met very easily, and I'm very optimistic the way it is being accepted by all important stakeholders. By 2030, I think Islamic, and it will also solve a lot of problems of the Islamic conversion, because the biggest conversion, like Zafar said, is the asset availability of asset on the Islamic side for the conversion. So if the Islamic economy, the halal economy starts growing, that will require abundant financing opportunities for Islamic banks to book assets
Right.
in Islamic way as
Absolutely.
an alternate to just government bonds. Thank you.
Thank you,
So
Atif. And
I may
Nasir?
just add one thing, Atif. Just a suggestion. The largest gathering or expo of food and food related stuff happens around this time of the year in Dubai, in UAE. And people from all over the world come there. I think what we should also look at as PBA, as Pakistan, is how do we socialize with the government, with the relevant customers that all of our banks have, and mobilize, halal products. Then we can work simultaneously in terms of the halal financing and the halal eco chain. But I think this would be a great opportunity because that's where the exhibitions happen. That's where all our exporters go and sit there. That's where all our bankers go with them because that's where you get the opportunities from around the world for halal trade. So I suggest we plan Zafar and leverage that so that we put a strong showing collectively as Pakistan over there.
Absolutely. And as Nasir said, PBA will work on this with OIC.
I'd just like to add one more thing. The Medina Symposium, which has been happening for 45 years, we have requested Deputy Governor Salimullah Saab to attend on this event in Medina this time, and he has given consent. So there will be State Bank attending, and I will request Ms. Nigat as well. If you and other colleagues from Central Bank can attend, this will, just like Nasir Saab said, connectivity of Pakistan's Sharia models with the rest of the world, and this is one of the biggest Sharia symposium in the world. And I will actually like to invite all Islamic banks and conventional banks to participate in this along with their Sharia boards if they want to, because our Sharia board is sitting right here, and they have been attending this event every year. So it is open to all. So with this AlBaraka Bank connectivity and partnership with Islamic Chamber of Commerce and AlBaraka Forum, the objective is to optimize the potential for Pakistan banking industry and the economy overall. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this esteemed panel being here, you can see the discussion can go on and on, but we have to come to an end. And inshallah, all these ideas will be made into actionable items very soon. And I think it will help Pakistan, it will help grow the Islamic digital economy and Islamic finance. As we know, Islamic finance has the opportunity to demonstrate that innovation and tradition are not rivals, but they are partners. The future Islamic economy will be shaped by leaders who innovate with wisdom, govern with integrity, and remain firmly anchored in Sharia principles. Thank you, our distinguished panelists, and to the AlBaraka Forum for advancing this timely and meaningful dialogue.
So I'd like to a round of applause also for Shoaib because he's been a wonderful moderator. Please.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have a big round of applause for everyone on the panel. And before I invite once again Sheikh Yusuf Kalavi to honor this distinguished panel, I must say that our concept of time cannot be very linear. We must learn to look at the challenges in a different way. And when leaders agree on direction, institutions will always find their way. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to acknowledge this wonderful panel and the speakers. We have a small token of appreciation, a souvenir that is going to remind them once again of their commitment of this valuable day when we were strategically setting the direction for the way forward. For this, may I first request Sheikh Yusuf Kalavi, the Secretary General of AlBaraka Forum, to present a souvenir to this honorable panel. First and foremost, we'd like to present one to Mr. Muhammad Nasir Salim, the President and the CEO of HPL. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. President and CEO of HBL, Mr. Mohammad Nasir Salim, who once again reiterated about finding your expertise and doing things together. Diversity is good, but having a strategic direction is even more important. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to present a souvenir to the chairman of the Pakistan Banks Association and the president and CEO of Bank of Punjab, Mr. Zafar Masood. Zafar Saab, in his very eloquent way, has once again pointed to the atrocities and the dichotomies of the world that we live in today, and therefore the urgent need to put our minds together and read and really see the Sharia compliance and our ethics and value system to be our guiding North Star. Thank you so much, Zafar Saab. Last but definitely not the least, our partners in scaling Islamic financing in Pakistan and across the region. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to present a souvenir to the CEO of AlBaraka Bank Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif. Atif Saab, once again, thank you very much for reiterating your support and commitment to scaling up this partnership and for being a steadfast partner in the days to come. And last but definitely not the least, our honorable moderator for this panel discussion and the CEO of Lucky Investments, Mr. Muhammad Shoaib. Thank you, Shoaib Saab, for once again very aptly putting up the right questions which are timely and, of course, insightful. May I request the gentlemen to now come together for a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, a leadership dialogue which has always been extremely important in the way these conversations go. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are now going to break for lunch. We'll have about 60 minutes for a working lunch. We will resume with our second session that is themed as Digital Islamic Financing Opportunities and the Regulatory Challenges of how to actually scale up and work in tandem. So stay with us and we'll resume in about 60 minutes from now. Angels, Mr. Muhammad Anwar Khan, to please join us up on stage. And last but definitely not the least, Mr. Zuhair Saif, the Group Head Digital Banking at the AlBaraka Bank, Pakistan. Gentlemen, you'll have about 45 to 50 minutes for this conversation. And now may I hand it over to the Honorable Moderator.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Very good afternoon, distinguished guests, distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for inviting me to moderate these distinguished panels, where we have experts from various domain and field. And in this second session, we will be talking about digital Islamic banking, opportunities and regulatory challenges, where we will delve into how Islamic bankings are navigating the transition to digital platforms, balancing regulatory frameworks with customer demands for innovation. And this session also will explore opportunities presented by e-banking while addressing the challenges of ensuring compliance within the Islamic law. So with me, I have a distinguished panelist, Mr. Ahmad Siddiqui, the SEVP, the Group Head of Shari'ah Compliance, Mizan Bank Limited, Mr. Ashar Nazim, Founder and CEO of Aeon Digital, Mr. Muhammad Anwar, Founder and President of Park Angels, and Mr. Zohair Saif, the Group Head Digital Banking, AlBaraka Bank, Pakistan. So welcome. And the topic discussion, we will focus into few key areas such as the digital transformation of Islamic banking, regulatory compliance in digital age, digital customer experience in Islamic banking, Islamic FinTech partnership with the traditional banks, and also blockchain or AI on Islamic investment, and also for transparency and trust. So to start with, maybe I ask to Mr. Ahmed. Many nations have started to move from traditional banking to digital services. How do you see the shift, especially in local context, when this shift is set to reshape the global Islamic banking landscape?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulil Kareem. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. This is a very important and interesting time that we are here. And we are seeing that the traditional banking services that are offered by banks are now gradually shifting to this digital channel and digital platforms. And if you allow me, I will share some numbers and facts that we are seeing in Pakistan. In the last quarter like the last year, the State Bank has reported that over 90% of the transactions that have taken place in the retail space are done through digital channels. And this is a very significant and healthy increase. And we have seen over 2.5 billion transactions that are done through digital channel in the last quarter just. And out of it, around 80 to 81% of the transactions that we have seen in the local market are done through mobile platforms. So, and this is very similar to what we see in the developed world. We are seeing a shift, and Pakistan is catching up. And so it's a reality that now all Islamic financial institution has to adopt the digital framework. And the good news is that if we do it right, we can not only take Islamic banking to the new level, we can scale, we can address the untapped need of the customers, we can reach to different each corner of this country where the potential is there, the desire for Islamic banking is there. And now with the digital capability, we can see Islamic banking reaching at the doorstep of the individuals. There's a shift in the customer behavior as well. Now, the customers are increasingly demanding that they should be offered services through digital channel. And we have seen still there's a cash economy in Pakistan, but a lot of the customers, they have, if you ask them and you do a survey, probably 50% of the customers have not visited a branch in the last 6 months. Because they say we don't need to We have your website, your ATM, your mobile app. And what they're demanding is that these tools and these platforms and these apps should become powerful. They can provide services seamlessly 24 by 7, and they have a similar experience across each channel. So what we see, and increasingly what we see, that most of the, if you want to open an account, you want to apply for a financing, you want to conduct a business transaction, all of them will, the customer wants a digital solution to it. And I think the banks are catching up in Pakistan, and we hope that with this approach and to have the customer experience in mind, we can catch up very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. I think you raise very important facts and figures, statistics whereby more and more people now going digital. So one question maybe I would like to ask Zuhair. As Islamic banking becomes increasingly digital, what are core technology architecture and maybe security by design principles that are essential to ensure resilience, trust, and Sharia compliance from the onset?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you for having me on as part of this panel. I think it's a very important question, and I want to take lead from where Brother Ahmed left off. What we are experiencing right now is we are at the cusp of intersections of where fintechs and large monolithic Islamic banks or traditional banking is sort of coming into play, where there's a lot of role where partnerships are brewing and helping expedite product delivery and product innovation and services. So the first and the foremost rule, I believe, from an architecture point of view, is you've got to move away from large monolithic core banking sort of systems to very modular sort of setups, right? And that means you've got to invest in microservices and APIs set of architecture where your deposit mobilization, your eKYC, your onboarding, your service channels, your financing, and therefore the core sort of set of rules where the profit allocation and the movement of income is fundamentally sort of aligned throughout. And what happens with that is once you start building these modular sort of domains, it becomes extremely easy to connect and create journeys and sort of transition into evolving iterative sort of products and services. The second thing that fundamentally has to happen is what unfortunately some banks do is Sharia governance either comes right at the beginning or comes right at the end, where it comes to sort of testing and product creation and product development. I think Sharia governance has to be built in throughout as part of a product journey or a product concept. It should not be just consigned to the terms and conditions. It should not just be consigned to the invincible layer of how the Islamic architecture is behind products. And essentially, it should be part of the communication to customers. It should be transparent, it should be visible, it should be fundamentally assigned as part of every journey that commutes to the customer or the user. How is this Sharia compliant? I think the third thing that's going to happen is that while the regulator is innovating significantly, we have recently seen a couple of days ago 6 licenses given at the regulatory sandbox. There has to be innovation compliance with on the Islamic sort of forum. So that is extremely important for large and small banks, mid-sized banks to sort of come in. We've seen some digital licenses already gone out. There are at least two Islamic banks who are going to be Islamic digital banks. They're going to be sort of launching, and that could be one way of larger banks to sort of understand how to gravitate towards a transformative digital sort of setup. Last but not the least, I think public trust and transparency is critical, right? The opportunity that Pakistan fundamentally has with its large diaspora of Muslim population, its connections with the GCC, its connections across the European, North American, and Asian corridors. I think we should see more interactions across this level of corridors. So while Pakistan is part of the Silk Route, as you say, right, but connecting with the Asian counterparts, where Malaysia, Indonesia are concerned, from Islamic product development and technology point of view, connecting those with the GCC, and therefore some of the elements that come in from Europe and Africa, I think that those would sort of lay the groundworks of how do you sort of transform into, transform digital banks and their architectures.
Thank you, Zahir. I think one key component or key point that you raised, I find interesting, is on the governance side. Maybe I can ask Mr. Anwar, how can the Islamic digital initiative, for example, mentioned just now, digital onboarding, maybe even eKYC, etc., be governed so that we can mitigate operational, Shari'ah, or even risk, cyber risk simultaneously?
Yeah, so I think the era we are in right now, this is a lot more easily possible than it was before. And the reason is because of one, I would say mobile, through mobile that your customer is connected, whether you're a potential customer or already onboarded customer. So doing the eKYC is becomes highly important and critical in my view. At the same time, it has to be made seamless as much as possible. So if it is made seamless, then you will see that eKYC would succeed, onboarding would become simpler, and but that requires integration with Nadra, that requires integration with other data that needs to come in, number one. Number two, it also requires the play of generative AI, because generative AI, is an important part of risk management tool that was not available before. And it can help more proactively be able to identify the high risk versus low risk consumer base, especially the banks who have not touched those consumers yet. That's a very important part of, I know this is a very new play of generative AI thing, but it has started to make a big difference in other part of a world, as well as in the banking sector as well. So that's one aspect of it. Number two, you have to motivate the consumer or the people to be able to participate into this Islamic banking or Sharia compliant this financing system. So there has to be, on one side, message needs to be simple so they get it. If you're going to have a multiple message, as was talked about this morning by the CEO of HBL, I completely agree with that thing. It has to be simplified. Maybe SPP can do that role and come up with a simple message. That's extremely important. I would say it's critical, so that every bank is talking the same language, so the consumer doesn't get confused, number one. In fact, in that regard, if some of the icons associated with Islamic banking or associated with the Sharia compliance financing, that also needs to be simplified into a single icon, so that consumer gets the message very clear. This product is Sharia compliant because it's going to see that icon, or it's going to see the graphic associated with it. So that's number one. Number two is getting the message across much more broadly, lot more communication, because as I was having a conversation early this morning, that concern was pointed out that education has not been reached to the consumers at a large scale. Now you got this mobile device, you got a social media like Reels, like a TikTok format. It's a great way to educate the consumer base. So banks, they need to become very progressive in that education aspect of thing, make it easier to that when they see that thing, to if they are motivated, they should be able to sign up in that regard. The last thing which I would say, that RAST has been a very critical positive development that took place in this country. And that is going to continue to grow, because the RAS allows low transaction fee model for a merchant. So for them to participate, rather than paying 3% per transaction, now they're paying almost none. I think that's a very key, and we are seeing the results, I think, already in this country, about how RAS payment is growing very, very fast. That has to be double down or triple down, in my view. Is resonating, is working, must need to, because challenge of this country is the cash economy. This is one great way to really bring that. So on one side, you're driving towards the Islamic banking side. Other side, you're engaging the consumer into their daily life journey. Payment is a very important part of the daily life journey. When it comes to businesses, financing to SMBs, small, medium-sized businesses, become very important. So there needs to be all packaged and in a cohesive product point of view. That would be excellent. If the collaboration happens among the banks within Pakistan, and then collaboration happen between the banks together with the Islamic Ummah as well, I think that's also is going to help directly in my view, because economy of scale at the end of the day is very, very important. If we don't have economy of scale, then it would be hard to maintain the momentum.
Thank you. One of the interesting point or technology that you raised in your point just now is on AI. So maybe I can ask Mr. Ashar. Yeah, as we all know, AI is considered a game changer, and we have used AI to cut costs and many other things. But can we use it to deploy capital faster, expand inclusion, and grow profitably? What is achievable over the next 24 months without compromising compliance?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So yes, data models, machine learning, AI are the buzzwords. Of course, banking is a very regulated business. We've got to see what is doable and what is not. But just to set the context, there's no silver bullet, right? I mean, what are we trying to achieve by adopting machine learning, data models, and AI? For different stakeholders, it means different things. Banks, for example, right? There is potential. There is potential to uplift their ROE in Pakistan by 3 to 4% by using data models, machine learning, and AI into various components of their businesses. What does this mean for our economy? What it means is, again, a lot more productive capital can be routed into business financing, which until yesterday banks were reluctant to touch because of the perceived risk profile. Third, in the process, that will contribute, Islamic banks will contribute significantly, 60, 70 billion USD by some estimates, to the country's GDP, create 4 to 5 million jobs as a result. But today, where are we? When you look at the AI space or banking space, overall, roughly 80% of the balance sheet is invested in short term. And within that, if you look at the SME segment, it's less than 10%. If you look at the top Islamic banks, not just in Pakistan, but around the world, right? Imagine moving that from 10% to 20% or to 50%. That will unlock massive amount of capital, as well as efficiency in terms of how you work. What is needed to start with is how do you embed AI models into live transactional data? And what that means is it's POS terminals, it means tax filings, it means payroll, it means IoT, logistics, and so forth. So significant savings and upside for all stakeholders.
Thank you, Ashar. Maybe back to Ahmad. Earlier, you did mention a bit about customer experience, digital customer experience. So, how do you think that digital customer experience and customer interaction is changing, and what customer can expect from the mobile apps and digital platform of the Islamic banks?
You see, there was one study which shared the data that around 85% of the customers they now prefer digital banking, and there's another layer to that data that over 15% have also expressed higher customer satisfaction when they are using these digital channels. And actually, this number is understated, but I assume it will be much more if you can get the job done quickly. Now, what customer wants, they want security and trust. That when they do a transaction in a digital mechanism or digital mode, their money is safe, their data is safe, their confidentiality is protected. Then they are looking at real-time decision making, that if they are applying for something, they want to open an account, maybe you can use generative AI, you can use some machine learning, or you can just use a rule-based algorithm. But they are looking for quick decision making. And this is the probably, if the bank can do it correctly, they are in the game. Then they are also looking at hyper personalization. They just don't want to be treated as hello customer. They want hello Ahmed, how are you? So they are now looking at this, that they want that based on their preferences, their behavioral patterns, the banks or the platforms are helping them to take the decision. Let's look. I see there's fund available in your saving account or checking account. Why not invest in our mutual funds? I saw that you are eligible to get a car. Let's apply for a car. You are eligible. So now customers are looking at this and they want that they should be, these apps become more friendly, more customized, more specific. I love shopping. Then my mobile app should know that. And when I am in a mall, look, Ahmed, there are discounts for you. This is something that has to come. And they're also looking at similar experience across different channels. So call center is behaving differently, the website is totally different, the mobile app is different, and so that's not they like. So I think this is happening, that customers want a good experience, a good digital solution. They want fast, but they want reliability. They don't want to compromise on their data. And as we see that the number of cyber frauds, the scams are rising up, this is something which is holding the customer back. But and also one thing, when we talk about digitization, it's not just you know automating the processes. From an Islamic banking point of view, digitization also means you digitize your process and you digitize your contracts. So unlike a conventional bank where you are giving a loan, it's sometimes easy to do a personal finance on a for a conventional bank, because you're not dealing in real assets, you're just giving them an interest based loan, and money is not something a physical asset, it's now a digital asset. But if you are doing a Islamic transaction, there has to be some buying, selling. And so when we talk about digitization of Islamic contracts, this part has to come. And the challenge is this has to come in a efficient way where the customer understand the differences, as well as you don't compromise on the speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. Just now, Ashar, you mentioned about short-term financing. Islamic banks today, as we all know, still earn about over 80% of their income from the short-term and low-risk financing, mainly murabaha, while the real economic sector we are meant to serve remain under-financed. So, my question is, if AI can now make risk assessment, portfolio mounting, and early warning system 10 times more intelligent, what stops us from shifting our balance sheet meaningfully towards longer tenure, real asset backed, and SME driven finance? And soon, can that happen in practical terms?
Right, so great question. So regulatory regulations is not a showstopper. Technology is not a showstopper. Mindset is. Tomorrow's CEOs need to be people who can read the balance sheet and data models with equal fluency. Right. So again, it goes back to again HR and capacity building, etc. that we're talking about, but also at the leadership level. Now, let me give you a couple of examples in terms of what's happening already. We see in the market. Going forward, right now the claim to fame has been that we are funding the real economy and Islamic finance is connected to the real economy, but we've not been able to prove it with data. Now with IoT, platform banking, ecosystem play, data models, machine learning, and AI, imagine a bank saying that my 50 million rupee that I financed, is towards, for example, 200 affordable housing, affordable houses construction, and which has created, let's say 1,200 jobs, and 88-90% has gone into local material purchasing, for example. And this all you can get from invoice data, from POS data, from payroll data, and so forth. So the challenge right now, what is stopping us from adopting data models, machine learning, AI, is primarily the mindset. I'll give you another example. Ahmed talked about customer experience and so forth. Right now, for every 100 on the consumer finance side, for every 100 customers coming to the bank after the bank has done all the hard work, website is there, app is there and all. For every 100 customers coming to the bank, how many do we think the bank is able to convert? And I'm talking Islamic and conventional combined. In fact, let's have a show of hands. How many think that for every 100 customer the bank is tapping into, more than 50% are getting converted to real customers? How many think more than 50%? How many think more than 20%? How many think more than 5%?
5%.
Okay, the rest believe is okay. So the real numbers are anywhere between 2 to 5%. So after doing all that investment, after doing all the hard work, people come to the app. Out of every 100, between 2 and 5 customers only end up becoming customers, right? And again, and we were doing an exercise, and we looked at, for example, 150,000 leads that came in. And what the bank used to do is apply Microsoft Excel VLOOK, shorten it to 85,000, pick up 5,000 randomly, give it to their branch customer call centers and direct sales force to go and sell. Out of those 5,000, maybe about 50 to 70 get converted per month. Ridiculous numbers, right? I mean, after hard work. Again, using these data models, and no AI, nothing, just data models and good machine learning models, we were able to help the bank improve that by 3x, 4x, 5x. That's a direct impact on the P&L. That's the inefficiency that's there that can be solved with data models out there.
Sure. Maybe the next question for Mr. Anwar. From the national roadmap perspective, how should Islamic banks and FinTech uh, prioritize investment between digital innovation, cybersecurity infrastructure, and risk management frameworks?
What was the last one?
Risk management frameworks.
Risk management. So, yeah, I think this, again, I'll go back to this generative AI. There are three main advantage in the fintech is going to bring in. One is the risk management side of things. Not only eKYC point of view, as well as transaction, as well as SME coming in and be able to qualifying the financing for it. In all of those aspects of things, generative AI is going to play a very, very important role. If not doing already here, it will, number one. Number two is will help to bring the better experience to the consumer. Now, better experience, if you really think about one simple, besides giving a whole journey, more personal journey, all of that thing would become possible because generative AI. But the simple thing is like my own language. If I'm speaking Sindhi, I don't understand English and everything. Everything should be communicated through Sindhi to me, or to Pashto to me, or to Punjab. So generative AI has made it very easy now to provide the interactivity, conversational based as well written activity in your own language. Many of our, even business owners, they don't know how to write, or it may be they don't even know read, but now they can talk. So generative AI is going to help engage a lot more broader customers by supporting multilingual environment, and that's a very simple implementation today than otherwise possible. And third one is the operational management aspect of things. In terms of efficiencies, it's going to bring into an operational cost of the banking world by making the investment and by making the reach out a lot more easily, more personalized. The marketing cost would go down, the effectivity of reach out would be, and the reach out of this, rather than getting 2 to 5% of sign up out of basic, that numbers would go up in my view by basically engaging the generative AI. So it's a game changer in that aspect of thing when it comes to fintech.
Thank you, Anwar. Maybe to Zuhair. How should Islamic banks structure the partnership with fintechs to manage third-party risk, data ownership, Shari'ah accountability, and cybersecurity responsibility?
Okay, so banking is what, 500 years old? Generally, we believe was invented about what, in 1600s, 1500s, so 600 years, give or take. But innovation's been there for much longer. So when man first sort of created fire, or when they shaped the wheel, I think that's where innovations is. So innovation has sort of far outlasted or is more senior to banking. But where it comes to innovation and then banking, a lot of people think they gravitate towards banking because it's their money, it's their wealth, and they look at banks or banking as a service where as a symbol of trust and compliance and governance and risk aversion, that money is safe, right? You've got to mix the two, and what you get as a blend is progressive banking convenience and experience. So, what do fintechs bring across, right? Fintechs bring agility, they bring progressive experiences, they bring technology, emerging technology. So, something that perhaps banks may not have R&D or are perhaps not part of their prioritization matrices or their roadmaps, because I mean, banks got to make money, right? And that's a core sort of objective. And then they've also got to adapt to regulatory sort of conformances and control things and so on. And then if you mix the two, if you bring fintechs as a partner and you consider them not as a vendor but as a partner, what do you get is that agility and that emerging technology experience from the fintech. And from the bank, what do you get? You get hundreds of years of trust, credibility, governance. Where Islamic banks are concerned, you bring in Sharia governance and regulation, that they understand what is being done. They would have sort of vetted through whatever experiences are being rolled out in production, right? And therefore, if you create that partnership not across a single product or a service, but across domains, you get speed and you get relevance. So you get a lot of emerging technology relevance, progressiveness. You get the Sharia backing and the regulatory sort of conformance. And what then that allows you to do is it allows you to deliver very fast, agile, iterative products and services, right? We've seen that across digital onboarding. We've seen it across consumer lending, where API-driven frameworks from fintechs are embedded into banks' apps, and it allows them to sort of identify or give you a preset of approval on how much limits can be assigned. Um, we are already seeing blockchain technologies going into sukuks in Asia and in Europe. We are seeing a lot of chatbot experiences come in. I mean, that's ROE, right? That's the most fundamental, one of the most commonized service of fintechs and partnerships sort of coming in. So the idea or the concept of fintech and a bank is not novel, is not new. I think it is not an optional thing. I think it is fundamental for the excess and growth of banks and technologies. And it also then allows banks to be more than just urban centers or urban product delivery sort of distributors. So what Pakistan has 250 to 80 million population, right? We've got 170, 180 million banking sort of relationship with branchless banking accounts are there. We talk about actual bank accounts, we've got about 680 million bank accounts. And we've got more SIMs issued, telco SIMs issued than actual bank accounts. And if you think about unique bank accounts, those are even lower. We're looking at about what 30, 40 million bank accounts in a population of about 250 million, where 60, 70% of the population is below the age of 30. That gives you a lot of opportunity to service the underbanked. And that's Pakistan's real challenge. Not to be just banks, not to be just bankers for the urban centers, but also to be there for rural and semi-urban. So to have that scale and distribution. And that's not possible alone. You've got to work in tandem with fintechs and partners to reach that problem and solve that problem.
Thank you, Zuhair. Abdul Ahmad, just now Zuhair highlighted one key word, very important, trust. So, trust and transparency are fundamental principles in Islamic finance, and emerging tech like blockchain offer new ways to reinforce them. How can blockchain enhance trust in Islamic investment on global scale?
Okay, as you mentioned that trust, yes, is a key factor that especially when it comes to Islamic finance, we being a Sharia compliant entity is something that the customer is looking at. And there is, I'll connect with what brother said, that those fintechs, when they are aligning with, they are working with the banks, but the gap I see is in the Sharia governance about the fintech. And I've seen, unfortunately, some of the fintechs who were offering products, they were very good disruptive products, but their claim for Sharia compliance was invalid. And this has affected the trust. So if they partner with the banks, yes, probably, and they have good governance in the good controls, then that they can build the Sharia compliance trust. Now, coming to this blockchain part, uh, what I see that there are a lot of opportunities that this technology offers, especially to increase the investments. And if I take one example from Pakistan market, we have seen in the last year around 2,000 billion rupees of sukuk issued by the government of Pakistan through the stock market. So the idea was that a retail investor can just, as he can buy a share of a company, they can buy a sukuk of the government. But unfortunately, the onboarding process is quite difficult. A retail investor has to go and open a broker account. They have to go open a CDC account, and then if he want or she wants to invest at, let's say, 200,000 rupees, the broker is not interested to even pick up his call because they say this doesn't make money for us, and so they are not. So actually, what is happening over this 2,000 billion rupees of sukuk issuance, probably less than 0.5% by volume is with the retail investors. So if we have to break this, then the blockchain could play a role. We can tokenize our issuance of sukuk, or we can already issue token of the existing sukuks, where just like a simple app, a person can sign up for a blockchain sukuk investment app in 5 minutes, and in the next 5 minutes he is invested in the sukuk. And we can do for the existing sukuk, and we can also think of issuing new investment through the investment sukuks through blockchain. So it's with the smart contracts, with everything on the platform, and the transparency or the Sharia compliance steps built into this through the smart contracts. We can make it more democratized it, or we can make it accessible to an individual. So I think if just we take one part of investing in mutual fund, investing in sukuk, investing in real assets like real estate or gold, they're all Sharia compliant asset classes. So opportunities at the local level, at the global level, they are immense, especially because in Pakistan we are now exploring this concept. So I see a lot of opportunities, and we can, on one hand, there is a study that probably over 20 million of Pakistanis have invested in cryptocurrency, with where the question mark is it halal, haram, whatever. That's the debate is there. But they have used their user of blockchain in one way or another. If we can convert those or attract those users with the same ease to a Sharia compliant ethical investment opportunity, I think we have made a significant contribution.
You, Brother Ahmad, you highlighted trust, you highlighted how the role of technology such as blockchain. Maybe Zohair, it's related to you also just now, you highlight about trust. So looking ahead, how can Pakistan develop a trusted Islamic digital finance ecosystem that embed the emerging technology like blockchain, embed also security with governance and ethical principles across the FinTech models?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, but not a straightforward answer. I think what Brother Ahmed was talking about, and what I was previously mentioning, is one of my earlier speaking points. I think at a product design level, Sharia governance has to come in at that stage, right? And we spoke about fintech partnerships, and I've worked with a lot of fintechs. We, as at AlBaraka, and I'm sure across all other banks, we're working very closely with fintechs. What we find in fintechs is their ability to adapt and adopt. And that's where we've seen that when you come at a design stage, you start implementing product structures that are relevant, right? And that are Sharia inspired and governed, you start using the same terminologies and start creating the transparency to customers. So the user should know when they access a certain service from the bank or a certain product from the bank, what is the Sharia governance or the Sharia compliance of it, transparency, right? The other thing that it also allows us to do is remove biases, right? And that's an extremely important aspect where it comes to product pricing and distribution. of fees and collection of income. The third thing that sort of also happens is how do you communicate with the customer? I think, again, Brother Ahmed spoke about customer experience, design, having a unified design system. And Rasab, you were talking about icons and UI and UX, right? And Asher spoke about AI and embedding AI sort of in midst of all of this. So that is where that compliance has to happen from a regulatory and from a very structured sort of way. Another thing that is actually not happening, but I find it very useful, did a bit of research. Um, while Pakistan sort of stands out in terms of its Islamic banking knowledge and prowess, in terms of the depth that it has in its product structures and so on, what we are actually not doing enough of, perhaps, is cross corridor collaboration. And there's a significant opportunity, right, between what Pakistan can achieve if it has common sort of Sharia governance forums between Asia and the Middle East and Europe, right? What is happening in Malaysia and Indonesia, can those be replicated in some context here in Pakistan and vice versa? And therefore, it brings to the point that there also has to be sort of common sort of goals and availability of these standards, right? Linking whatever we are doing or whatever we are building to the user with AOFE standards and so on is also extremely relevant. So that brings that level of trust and fundamental credibility. And last but not the least, when it comes to sort of cybersecurity and tackling all of this, I think that's also a very fundamental key for us, where uh, instead of isolation, where banks sort of tackle this in isolation, there could be sort of a common approach in sharing best practices and then sort of attributing and delivering it as a sort of a common standard. So I think that the fundamental point is working together, not in isolation, working across borders, and therefore bringing the best, sort of best of global standards, which are Sharia inspired, and offering this to sort of the Pakistani diaspora to say, you have world class banking with global Sharia standards, and this is accessible, meaningful, and simple. I think that's the way to go on about it.
You here, maybe the next one I ask Ashar, AI let us finally track where money goes, who benefits, what asset is created, and how value circulates. So could this be the first time Islamic finance poses its relevance in measurable real economy terms?
So again, great question. Our claim to fame has, as an industry, has always been that we are the bridge between the real economy and the financial economy. Now we have data to prove that. Imagine, for example, an istisna contract or any other manufacturing, right? I mean, concern or factory that you're financing. Now, because of platform banking and because of data models, you're able to understand, for example, when the cement truck comes in, right, using IoT and so forth, exactly how much output is increased, right, and therefore how the payroll has moved, and therefore how many new jobs have been created, what new assets have been created, and so forth. And therefore, the mindset and therefore the narrative of the Islamic banking industry needs to change from just saying I've financed X billion rupee to saying because of this financing of a billion rupee, we've been able to create X number of jobs, Y number of local content, and contributed this much to real economy in terms of either a factory or a housing or car manufacturing or FMCG or whatever.
Thank you, Ashar. I think this will be the last to Anwar before I open to the audience if you have any questions. What role can technology such as blockchain and tokenization play in enhancing transparency and traceability while also introducing new cyber, legal, and Sharia risks that must be adhered to?
So first I was mentioned the whole blockchain technology. One of the core value that is bringing in the blockchain technology is the tokenization. The tokenization is basically is going to help the experience that only rich people they did, now the common person can do. So it's going to help democratize investment of high value assets by a common consumer, which is very, very huge in my view, because it will, we talk about inclusion. This is the one best way to drive the consumers larger scale at critical mass level who don't even have a bank accounts. As Said mentioned that 20 million crypto users, I hearing the number 30 to 40 million crypto users from the same country who have, we have only 400,000 accounts on a stock exchange and active maybe 250,000. So larger consumer base of 30 to 40 million, or let's say 30 million, is able to invest in something which they saw as a value. Hopefully they will make money. That's what this blockchain-based token is going to bring in. I'm already seeing, I've invested in as well, that gold-based tokens coming in. Gold is becoming very expensive. I was visiting a jeweler shop, and they're saying that their business is going down because not many people they are able to buy the gold jewelry that much also. But however, whether REIT, which is the real estate-based token, as well as gold-based token or high-value asset token, that's what is going to drive democratize. In fact, that's where the opportunity is for the banks. If the banks they don't play, somebody else would play. Like the cryptocurrencies, banks did not play. Somebody else came in and they played their role. Binance, other ones, and the Coinbase and all the people, and they took the business away from them. This is the way the banks need to think. What's going to motivate this larger consumer base? By the way, in this country, we have some of the rich people there. You go into any restaurant, there are long lines. Doesn't matter what the prices that have gone up, there's still long lines. So the people are rich. They need to engage them in that context with what the value proposition can be delivered to them using the technology. That's the place where FinTech comes in. FinTech companies, they come in, they could bring the platform. My suggestion would be, at the end of the day, there's one approach each bank could try to do is on its own. But this market is small. You're not going to get there to the economy of scale what you can. There needs to be collaboration among the banks. And in fact, not only within Pakistan, there needs to be collaboration among the banks within the Ummah. That's where I think opportunity is. We need to compete at the West level, and we can do that thing not at the individual bank level. We can do it at the Ummah level. So we must need to take the technologies that are available now. Timing is perfect for that thing. Consumer are becoming richer, generally based. I've never seen the young people so much buying power. When we were student, we didn't have that kind of buying power. They do. So they are able to engage. So our young people who are, below 30 is 65% of our population, is much easier to engage that. And by the way, that would be true in Malaysia as well, in Indonesia and other countries as well. So my suggestion is to come up with the one single platform that uses different fintech technologies or technologies, whether it's blockchain or whether generative AI, whether EKYC or whether the whole trust building aspect, and that goes, by the way, mutual. You need to trust the consumer, the consumer needs to trust the bank as well. So both sides of it, and fintech can enable those things. So that's developing a single platform at the Muslim Ummah level and drive that inclusion of people, not only in Pakistan, but also all the Muslim countries.
Thank you, Anwar. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a bit of short of time. I will open up maybe one or the most two questions from the floor to all the distinguished panelists here. So with that, feel free to ask directly to whoever you want to ask. Any questions to the panelists, please?
And while we are waiting for the questions, a thought occurred to me: if 65% of the population is below 30, every panel should have representation from that segment. We are speaking on their behalf, and that may be not relevant.
Okay, any questions? At least one question from the audience. Yes, please. There's one more. Okay, please. The first one here.
Hello, my name is Saddam Siddiqui and I am country representative for GFA Consulting, GmbH. My question is that in this panel discussion, the regulatory challenges were more towards the entry point of getting more consumers, and the solutions proposed were more towards the catchment of the consumers. But we have seen that the grievance redressal mechanisms of bank heavily rely on the bureaucracy because of maybe bureaucratic challenges. So, what roles can the digitalization play for grievance redressal mechanism? Thank you. And any one of you can answer. Thank you.
Anyone want to answer?
Yeah, thank you. And you have raised a very good point that as we move towards digitization, there are a lot of grievances are also coming to the banks, and the banks' TAT to resolve grievance is quite slow. And there are new challenges that are coming up because of these scammings that is on the rise. There are a lot of accounts that are being blocked by the banks. Lot of the cash flows are being blocked, and these accounts are in thousands. And the resolution now probably the regulator, the PBA, the banks need to sit and have some common, protocols that how to resolve these grievances, how to collaborate among themselves in a quicker manner, and how to release the account or get the funds back if they are scammed. And there are other sort of grievances that are coming because of the technology. Sometimes there is a common grievance that if I change my device, my biometric is not working on the new one. I'm an old age person. My biometrics are not coming, and so I'm not able to access my account. And so these new type of grievances are coming up, and you're very right that we cannot handle, or we cannot have the same. And actually, I dislike this message when the bank said that your complaint will be resolved in 30 days. It's like a joke, but again, this is happening, and we blame central bank blame us, but actually we all have to be blamed. It has to be 24 hours, not 30 days. And at least to minor complaints. Yes, there is something which need investigation. So this is, you are rightly pointing that the mindset about the complaint, the grievances has to change. You have to use technology. Some probably you can have to automate. You can use this AI-enabled bots that can see and pattern that you are a fair customer, you have a good history. They can solve your issue there and then. So you have rightly pointed out, and I think we should take note of this. Thank you.
So I would just add to what Sai said, that these are the challenges, these are real. By the way, the West also seeing the same challenges. From Eastern Europe, US consumer, they get attacked all the time. So in that regard. But however, the solution is in the technology. So FinTech companies, they can put together, it does require some level of integration, but the mobile is the key. That the consumer carrying a mobile device and be able to engage that mobile device and having some kind of authentication through the mobile aspect in real time rather than OTP and all of that stuff, so it can be achieved. And but the fintech can solve the problem. So I agree, on one side the bureaucracy could come into the play, but the banks, progressive banks, they can take the much more progressive role. My suggestion would be more at the Ummah level, that we should address these basic banking issues, which are solvable if its proper investment is done and proper fintech companies are engaged. So my last point I would make is the reason I'm sitting here from Silicon Valley is we have learned a lot from Silicon Valley out there in California and San Francisco area. Our objective is to, what we have learned, to give back to Pakistan and Muslim Ummah. We have seen that thing. Naveed Sharwani is doing that thing in the semiconductor industry. He's been working with Saudi Arabia. He's Pakistani. And the same way, for people who have done fintech and other areas, they should come in. They should be engaged into this this engagement and be able to drive that thing and get to the same par level as the West is going.
Excuse me. So just very quickly, their grievance is a very advanced stage. that means that something that you fundamentally committed to the customer as part of a product or a service delivery has failed. So the very first thing, even before it reaches to a level of grievance, your product design and your service design blueprint should address these. You put in your debit card in an ATM, the card comes out, sometimes the cash doesn't come out, right? And your account gets debited. You panic, oh my God, what's going to happen? And I can assure you, your money is still safe. It takes about 1 or 2 or 3 days, or sometimes it takes longer. But the messaging on the ATM or an immediate messaging from your particular bank that says, okay, something has happened, and this is what we're going to do will help you. Now, the second step is if it breaches that protocol that you committed that we are going to solve this in 2 days, it goes into a service request. Or immediately, if you don't want to wait for those 2 days or 3 days of reversal, you contact the customer. Now, for something like this, you don't need to speak to a contact center. You have AI and agentic AI that you can embed in chatbots and you can get the answers, right? It is when it reaches to a grievance stage, before that you have a complaint stage. Okay, I want to officially lodge in a complaint. You committed something, this has not worked out, I've tried this, it's not worked out, I want to officially lodge in a complaint, right? Now, what most banks do, sadly, is that they start the process from day one. Could you explain what happened? Banks, we have all the logs, let us figure some few things out, let us worry about how do you want to solve that, right? When it reaches that grievance stage, I 100% agree with you. That is where the human intervention should come in straight away. He is sick and tired of going through that official channel, the servicing, the bots, the call center agents, the branch visits, or whatever. This is where fast track service quality comes in, addresses it in a 2 hour or a 4 hour window. And this is where banks need to take some decisions in their hands in terms of changing policies, empowering contact centers. For example, up to this amount you can reverse. You know the money is going to come back after the correspondent bank is going to reverse this, right? It may take 30 days or 40 days or whatever, but you know the money is going to come back. So why do you want to wait for the money to come back? Why don't you create a pool fund where you can address this immediately? So it shouldn't reach to that grievance stage, but when it hits the grievance stage, this is where, beyond technology, I think service design and empathy and policy making should come into play.
So I have a question, please. So,
My final point, my final point is on AI. Is as an industry here, as Islamic bankers here, we should very seriously see how to embed. The region is changing very, very quickly. We should think about an AI corridor, for example, between Pakistan and Saudi, who's investing in humane tens of billions of dollars in terms of building the data centers, the infrastructure, the foundational model, the small language models, the local content, and and they are very open to a hub and spoke model. You mentioned about semiconductor, Navish Ravani. Similar terms can be discussed on the AI side to embed, to bring AI into. It's already happening.
We have only one last gentleman to ask before we close the session.
my question, I am Shahzad Ali Zaidi from Bank Al-Habib. My question is to Ashar Nazim. Sir, as you said that the barrier is mindset. So how can we change that mindset, and how can we improve digitalization towards AI and change those mindsets? And what are the important key factors so we can adopt and go towards fastly grow the digitization in Pakistan as well as Islamic banking? And one more question is, should we take UAE banks as a benchmark in Islamic banking? Thank you so much.
I think Pakistan, and Ahmed, enlightened me in terms of the balance sheet structure is a lot more credible than many other markets. Our issue is branding and communication, and if we can just get better, and we are doing some great work with Bank Nagara, for example, with Sama, with others as well. It's more about branding and communication. Going back to the mindset, I'll summarize by saying the future CEOs should be people who can read balance sheet and data models with the same fluency. So that's that cross-fertilization of these skill sets. Our Sharia scholars, our risk experts need to understand the lingo. You know, they say IQ is important, EQ is important, and the third one is XQ, the execution coefficient. It's all about execution. If you can't speak that new language, you'll be irrelevant. So let's stop there.
Okay. I'm sorry that I cannot allow for more time because already got the warning from the organizer. Anyway, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the distinguished panelists for all the discussion that we have, and I hope it'll benefit everyone who is listening to their responses. So with that, thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our honorable panel as they were discussing the digital Islamic banking, opportunities, and the regulatory challenges. What an insightful discussion, of course, where we went to what is happening around the world, what is happening in Malaysia, what is happening in the Silicon Valley, the way the technology is transforming and taking everybody along with that. Ladies and gentlemen, this truly was insightful, and we now segue into our third session. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Our third session is themed as Sharia compliance and governance in the digital and non-profit economies. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session is themed around the role of Sharia boards in digital financial services. How can Sharia boards effectively oversee the development and the operation of digital Islamic financial products? It will include developing digital governance frameworks, ensuring that the digital platforms, fintech products, and the services maintain strong governance structures that align with Islamic principles. Next up, of course, we will be going into the transparency and accountability in the digital Islamic finance, discussing the best practices for ensuring transparency in the digital realms. Ladies and gentlemen, please now join me in welcoming our distinguished panel for this next dialogue and conversation. First and foremost, I would like to invite our moderator. Please welcome Professor Dr. Imamuddin, the Director of Center of Islamic Business and Finance, Institute of Business Management, Karachi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Imamuddin. Next up, may I take this opportunity to invite Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmad Ejaz. He's the chairman of the Sharia Advisory Committee at the State Bank of Pakistan. May we now move to invite our next panelist, Professor Azman bin Muhammad Noor. He's a professor in Islamic jurisprudence at the Department of Fiqh and Usulul Fiqh at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. May we also take this opportunity to invite Dr. Omar Onsen. You are the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center. Please welcome Dr. Omar. And last but definitely not the least, may I request Dr. Shafiullah Jan, the tenured professor at the Institute of Management Sciences, Peshawar. Let us once again come together, because one of the key areas to sort of pursue and ponder over is the Sharia audit and digital financial products, the ethical and the social responsibility in digital governance, and of course the innovative use of technology to expand Waqf and Zakah research. Ladies and gentlemen, with this I would like to hand it over to the moderator. You will have about 45 minutes to take this conversation forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy and honored to moderate this very important session on Sharia compliance and governance in digital and non-profit economies. First, I want to thank the AlBaraka Forum, the organizing team, and all partner institutions for this wonderful conference. As you know all, we live in a digital world,
Technology is changing finance, zakat, waqf, governance, and trust. So the main question today is very simple. That is, how can we keep Sharia, ethics, and good governance strong in this fast-changing digital world? So, without delay, let's start with our panelists. We have with us very honorable Mufti Dr. Irshad Ahmed Ejaz. I would like to start with Mufti Irshad Ahmed Ejaz, Chairman of the Sharia Board at Bank Islami Pakistan and former Chairman of the Sharia Advisory Committee at the State Bank of Pakistan. Mufti Saab is globally well recognized for his exceptional contribution to Islamic finance and Sharia governance. So, Mufti Saab, my first question is, many Islamic financial products now work with smart contracts, real-time transactions, and automation. So how should Sharia audit and compliance monitoring change to check these new systems?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala rasulihil kareem. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, and thanks to AlBaraka for organizing this regional conference. Basically, the issue of overall control and governance is very important because we have seen lot of criticism in previous some investments and programs that have been started in the name of Islamic finance. And there are some scams that have also been introduced on the name of Islamic finance. I'm talking about the previous 40 and 50 years. So whenever we introduce a Islamic program or we induct some new modern developments in, for example, digital economy and cryptos and FinTech, so the question of control and question of governance and question of compliance and audit comes, and it is very important. And there are some organizations that work for the betterment of less privileged class. I mean, they are non-for-profit organization, or they are working for in a sector of microfinance. So sometime it has been observed that these institutions are working for the very great cause. But if you look at their control of Sharia and control of even some legal controls, so there are some rooms for improvement. Because if we are doing something for noble causes and some good works, it does not mean that we have a loose control or a weak control of Sharia or law. Therefore, the importance of Sharia compliance, overall Sharia governance, regulation have always been very important, and it is now becoming more important. We have seen in previous 5 years many schemes that have been started for general public, I mean general fundraising schemes. And what they do generally, they get a Sharia opinion on that. For example, they write a question to some scholar and then say only that we are starting this general fund collection program or general investment program, and we want to collect money from general public on under the mode of mudaraba or under the mode of musharaka. So what is the issue in this? And generally the Sharia opinion, scholarly opinion, was that this is fine, there is no issue. But if we look at these type of the scheme from the governance control, we see that these schemes, even though they have started on Islamic basis, but they don't have control on their investment, they don't have control on their Sharia investment, execution of the contract, execution of the business, and even they don't have control on the collection of money and distribution of the profit. So therefore, it is very important, and especially if you look at the cryptos and for fintech and digital assets that are now very common, and as rightly in previous panel some learned scholars have also explained that there are a lot of investment from Pakistan, although this is not have not been recognized as yet as an investment class or as an asset class, but still there are a lot of investment in this. So the importance of Sharia governance, Sharia control, Sharia audit, overall, the whole theme of the Sharia control and legal control always been very important, and now it is increasingly getting more important.
Thank you, Mufti Saab. I think it's very clear that Sharia governance must evolve with technology while staying transparent and trustworthy. This shows how important it is to combine knowledge and oversight effectively. We have second panel member, Professor Dr. Azman bin Muhammad Noor. He is professor of Islamic law at International Islamic University, Malaysia, who specializes in Sharia compliance and Islamic social finance. So, Professor, my first question is, new technology can help Islamic social finance. So how can we use technology to grow and manage Waqf assets without breaking Sharia rules? Sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. Honorable Moderator, esteemed panel speakers, distinguished guests, thank you very much for having me to the organizer. The question raised about how we can maximize the contribution, the collection and the contribution of Waqaf asset, especially during this modern time, digital time, which is suitable to the theme of our conference, Islamic economy in the digital age. There are many ways, and there are many Sharia principles and Sharia considerations of the opinions of the scholars. I think, for example, among the latest development in Malaysia is about having introducing cash wakaf. Cash wakaf, before in Malaysia we only collect cash in order to transform that cash into assets, and then that asset will become wakaf. But now, according to the opinion of the Hanafites, the opinion of the Malikites, and the opinion of the Alfi standards, which allow FinTech Academy, which allow wakaf to be the subject matter, cash to be the subject matter of wakaf. This is interesting because we, by having cash wakaf, because wakaf itself is based on the principle of the preservation of the principle, habsul asal wa tasbil manfa'ah, and distribution of the benefits of the returns. So the capital, the principle of wakaf in the form of cash can be preserved, can be protected. And the Hanafite scholars like Ibn Abidin says that an-nuqud la tata'ayyan bi-ta'yin. So as long as money, for example, can be, the amount, the value can be preserved, we can make use of the money. According to the Hanafite, it can be invested through mudarabah, and according to the Malikite, it can be lent. In other words, we can establish a fund, a wakaf fund, and then that money can be loaned or can be lent. The beneficiary can borrow and can return it. And we can preserve the money. There are many mechanisms how to make sure that we can preserve the principle. But the interesting part is nowadays we have many mechanisms by taking advantage of the FinTech the recent development of the technologies by having applications. We, for example, we can use, for example, mechanism, for example, monthly deduction from the salaries and also from the applications, different kind of applications in order to collect wakaf donation, because in the past people only thought that wakaf can be done only through the estates, the fixed asset. But now, not many people can own estate or fixed asset properties, but they have cash. So they also get the chance to contribute. And for your information, Harvard University in America, for example, the amount of the fund that they have is around 50 billion USD. So they invest the money, and this money is used for the expenses of the university. So then they can be independent and stand alone. And we now in Malaysia, for example, a number of universities have started this cash wakaf. They already initiated with the collaboration with some of the Islamic banks, Bank Rakyat, Bank Islam. So we set up, or they set up the cash wakaf. For example, in Unisaraj, in place, they have more than nearly 2 million. And the money is to be invested through, until now we have only fixed FD, fixed terms investment, okay? And in Malaysia, because we have tawarruk, and I mean, in the morning we heard that the opinion in Pakistan, for example, they don't have tawarruk, and hence it's not that easy to have a fixed return investment. But in Malaysia, we can have a fixed return investment through tawarruk. But there are many other means, okay, like investment in sukuk and also investment in gold. Nowadays, we know that the price of gold is skyrocketing, and it is really a safe haven, and you can, it is really a place where you can store the value of your wealth. And I think there are, I mean, initiatives nowadays to explore, to use gold as the wakaf asset, and also at the same time to invest in gold, as long as the money, for example, if the wakaf is in the form of money, that money can be invested in unit trust, investment funds, and also can be invested in sukuk, REITs, and many other instruments, where I think we can explore from time to time how to increase the wakaf fund. And I think among the initiatives taken in Malaysia, for example, takaful products, some of the takaful products, the participants is giving the permission that a portion of the takaful benefit will be channeled to wakaf. So this is also quite interesting. And sukuk in the pipeline, we are in the pipeline to introduce sukuk wakaf, because what we have now is the unit trust linked to wakaf. I think there are a few investment fund with wakaf features. A certain amount of the dividend will be channeled to wakaf. Okay, and it is not the wakaf asset itself, but this is how to contribute to wakaf. But later on, even if we have cash, I mean wakaf, we can invest in this instrument at the same time, can be used as the avenue for the investment, where we can generate return, and this return will be channeled to the charity. And I think this model has been explored and has been now introduced, and I think has received acceptance from many, because it is very flexible, and it is very easy to contribute. Even if it's a small amount, you can contribute into the wakaf fund, and at the same time, because of the extra supervision by, as our Mufti mentioned just now, if you have a proper governance. Okay, there is a proper governance. For example, when the fund is invested by Islamic banks, so there is always supervision and audit, and also by using the Shari'ah control function, by having review and so on and so forth, we can make sure that the fund can be well preserved, can be invested, can be increased, and at the same time, the return will be channeled to the beneficiary, respective beneficiary, with a special reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very well said. I think using technology carefully can really strengthen Waqf institutions and their impact. And it reminds us that innovation must always respect Sharia principles. Now, let's hear from Dr. Umar Hussaini, Secretary General of the OIC Arbitration Center, who has deep expertise in cross-border Islamic finance and dispute resolution. Dr. Hussaini, my first question is, many Waqf and Zakat platforms work in more than one country. What legal challenges do they face, and how can we deal with them? Sir.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wa salam ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Respected moderator, professor, and our distinguished panelists. Of course, the audience. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, and I'm really glad that we are addressing a topic which is really, really important. The theme of this conference, of this forum, as we all know, is Islamic Economy in a Digital Age. This is really, really important. Like I told some regulators across the world, in my previous professional life, we're having a dinner, and I said, listen, governors, you have to kind of be ahead of the curve. The developments you're having in the digital economy, it's actually outpacing any other thing you can think of. So your regulatory framework has to be ahead of the curve all the time. So now we talk about Sharia compliance, and I really thank our distinguished panelists, for the views shared earlier in terms of the need for Sharia audit, continuous audit, and I always emphasize on that, and I'll share something about that later before I end my talk today. And of course, we have to ensure that the product itself, talking about Waqf, the governance framework should be robust. Now, the next thing is, the question I'm being asked is, what about the cross-border kind of transactions? Now, this is really important. And one thing we are saying in terms of the regulatory framework, what we've been seeing is regulatory kind of fragmentation. That's generally, particularly when you talk about cross-border transactions, there's that fragmentation in regulatory frameworks. Now you have a Waqf product here, a digital Waqf product, or Waqf on blockchain. I've spoken about this before, which is really interesting. Now, you want to raise money here in Pakistan. Now, can I, based in Istanbul, also contribute? Do I have some regulatory kind of restrictions? And of course, there are. So that's where law comes in. So we've seen this in many kind of cases where you have kind of regulatory hurdles, and this has created what they call compliance silos, where a platform may actually be compliant legally in one particular jurisdiction, but in a different jurisdiction, it's illegal. Even legally, we're not even talking about Sharia differences now. We're talking about the legal frameworks of different countries. So this is actually a big challenge when it comes to the digital economy. And this is why, from the legal perspective, we need to look into how do we kind of navigate within this cross-border kind of framework. That's number one. Now, of course, there are Sharia differences, even for zakat, for instance, where you collect zakat here in Pakistan, whether you can take it to even Bangladesh to help our brothers there. So these are also issues from the Sharia perspective. But I think scholars are really kind of pretty straightforward in terms of their deliberations. They will say, yeah, there's a need there in Bangladesh, take it there. Scholars are not so rigid when it comes to some of these rulings. However, the legal framework is always rigid. And this is where we have to kind of think of, I don't know, I wanted to share some case studies, like what happened. There was a kind of a project on work on the blockchain in Malaysia. And that project, I don't want to mention the name, it was really doing well. They came up with this framework, but they faced a lot of challenges because each state in Malaysia has its own Islamic religious council, and they regulate everything. So you cannot even come from one state to another. We're talking about the same country here. We're not even talking about different countries. And ultimately, that project failed. It was a big one to have work on the blockchain, to have people to tokenize this whole thing. So that failed. So I think this regulatory hurdle, we have to ensure we overcome it in terms of regulatory fragmentation across different jurisdictions. I'll give you the solution before I end my brief intervention. Now, we also actually, I just wanted to share this, that AOFI is currently working on something, but I'll leave AOFI to announce it itself because I sit on the governance and ethics board of AOFI, and there is that tendency for us to focus now on the digital economy in terms of governance, in terms of our next focus could be digital economy. So this is something that is really kind of gaining our attention. So I think it's something we should actually consider closely. Now, when it comes to solution, the way forward for these kind of cross-border challenges we have in terms of the legal framework, what you can do is very simple. Of course, people will say you can have a convention, binding. No, convention takes time. I'm just coming from New York. I know, what it takes. We're at the meeting at the United Nations, trying to reform some laws, basically. It's always very difficult. Now, what can you do in the meantime? We can think of what you call digital WACF MRAs, mutual recognition arrangements, between different countries. So you have countries that say, okay, we are going to recognize if you license any WACF on a blockchain or digital WACF project, we are going to recognize it. So you can have a mutual agreement between different countries. So this actually works in some cases. So there are a lot of bilateral agreements among different countries. So if you have a mutual kind of recognition arrangement for digital work, for instance, or digital zakat in a way, that could help a lot. And if a platform is licensed in one OIC state like Saudi Arabia, other states should provide a fast-track passport to operate, provided they meet a unified OIC-wide kind of Sharia standard. So that's actually what they call the passporting thing. EU has done it for the conventional thing. You can also do it within the Islamic world itself. So that's one option in resolving the cross-border challenge we're talking about here. And of course, you can also, for the Islamic banks, you can actually try to see if you can explore, instead of fintechs fighting for state level licenses, banks can use their federal licenses to provide what they call an umbrella, for digital WACF. So this is also an option banks can actually explore going forward. And of course, it's very important to kind of look at transparency in whatever you do. I always say this, when I spoke on WACF on blockchain, I said it's important for people to kind of see what you're doing. They should be able to trace the money, where the money goes. In my previous professional life, there was something we tried out, tokenizing Sukuk itself, and it helped. It was a pilot project we did, and it worked a lot, because we know people cannot buy the Sukuk because of the minimum amount required. But with the tokenization on the blockchain, they could do that, and I could monitor everything on my iPad, So this is actually the future. We have to embrace the future. But to embrace it, we have to ensure, of course, number one, Sharia compliance is solid. Number two, we have to see how we can overcome the legal hurdles, legal and regulatory hurdles. That's really important. Number three, the governance framework has to be robust. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for very detailed response. And of course, cross-border operations definitely need clear rules and good coordination between countries. This highlights the importance of cross-border coordination for global impact. Finally, let's welcome Dr. Shafiullah Jan, who is a tenured professor at the Institute of Management Sciences, Peshawar, who specializes in governance, regulation, and management of Islamic finance and non-profit institutions. Dr. Shafiullah Jan, my first question is, as digital platforms grow, what legal or regulatory changes are needed to ensure accountability, enforcement, and protection for users in digital Islamic finance, waqf, and zakat? Sir.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to change a little bit because I think a lot of you are a little bit tired. So I just want to bring in something interesting so I can have their attention. I want to present the Pakistani perspective. We talk about zakah, we talk about waqf, and we talk about different international experiences, but we need to look at what we are doing now. So before I go into legal, I just want to present that how we can bring the reforms for digital zakat and waqf um, funds. But we need to understand it that uh, when it comes to waqf, usually it is managed by the provisional government and the federal government. So I was just quickly looking at the budget of Awqaf and religious ministry or department for the Punjab, and it's around little bit over 5 billion. Imagine, it's just little bit over 5 billion. How is it possible? As some of you will be aware that we have a huge number of Awqaf properties. Of that over 5 billion, that's the 2024-25 budget. Their income is just a little bit 5 billion. Of that, around 2 billion is the administrative expenses, which is around 38-39%. Of the remaining around 2 billion, 1.7 billion is going to the religious affair, and the rest of it is being spent on the social programs, which remain is very small. So we need to understand that when we talk about digitalization, we need to talk about the digital cross-border. So how easy it would be to break this monopoly of these institutions which control the income of these Awqaf, and then you make it transparent to the rest of the world. So when we talk about digitalization, we need to understand that one of the reason we do want to do digitalization is to develop the trust. If you look at the data of zakah in Pakistan, there's a latest study by LUMS and international, some international tax capital, something, I forgot the name. They, instead of assuming how much zakat we pay, so they had to run the sample. And according to their prediction, it's around 690 billion rupees zakat people pay in Pakistan, which is more than the Benazir income support program in 2023-24. They may have increased it. Now look at it. The interesting thing is that out of this almost 700 million, 700 billion, 75% of this zakat is paid to individual. Only 2% of this is paid through institution. So why would I not pay it through the institution? Because one of the reason is that I do not trust these institutions, and I just want to make sure that my personal zakat reach to the deserving people. How the zakat, the digitalization can play? We can build a system that can guarantee that it will be paid to how the Quran identify these eight groups of people, and whether they reach to it or not. So that would be a very good. So what we're going to need for that? We're going to need that is a social welfare law. We need to bring in social welfare law changes, one of the. So that's just something I wanted to bring in some figures. But in general, if you look at smart contracts, because this morning everybody was talking about the smart contract and enforceability. I was going through the literature and identified that this is a gray area because legally there's no framework for these smart contracts. So what we're going to do, we're going to create framework for that. Pakistan needs to come up with a framework because at the end of the day, we need to make sure the civil law and the Sharia law accept the execution of self-generated system where once something happens, smart contracts will be come up with. So you can talk about it, but you need to have a legal framework for that. Then When it comes to Islamic finance, another legal issue or whether a problem is or framework is the standardization of Sharia interpretation. You know, different countries have different interpretations. So how can you have a cross-border integration when everybody has a different understanding? So eventually we need to come and agree on what is the risk management, what is the Sharia risk, all these things need to be agreed upon. So harmonization is how we're going to do our harmonization through regulators, state bank, Bank Negara, other institutions need to come together and agree on some harmonization of standard because you're going to be moving a lot of transaction across the border. In the first session, they talk about regulatory sandbox. I think this is very good. We have two levels regulatory standard. One is SECP, Security Exchange Commission. Another is State Bank of Pakistan. Why we do it? Because we want to see it in real life when we apply any policy in real life, whether that in a sandbox is working or not, whether Sharia is properly maintained, the compliance is there or not. So we need to see these experiences before we go to the major framework. There's another legal reform we need to do, data protection and cybersecurity law. You know, it may sound very simple on the paper, but one of the biggest issue we encounter now is your data protection because different agencies, different institutions have now access to your data protection. Maybe it may be okay for the time being in Pakistan, but when you talk about digitalization, smart contracts, AI-driven financial institutions, you need to be integrated across the borders. So you need to follow some standardized data protections and security laws. So that need to be implemented in Pakistan as well. That would improve your KYC, your identity management, all these things. So it will also strengthen your anti-money laundering regulations as well along with that. In the end, what about the governance and accountability framework? We need to we need to bring in the blockchain because it will help us to bring some transparency. But at the end of the day, should be also be able to see and have access that these rules are actually when the courts are happening, are they happening and they are fulfilling the Sharia compliance or not? So we need to have access to those courts as well for the Sharia advisors, for the regulators, for academia. All these people need to be part of this. So once that trust is developed, and that needs a lot of regulations, not only in this country, but around the world, and then combining these financial hubs coming together and then shaking hand and agreeing how they're going to transaction. So these are some of the reforms that we can work on in order to be able to bring in this digital revolution.
Thank you, Dr. Shafiullah Jan. Mashallah, very informative answers based on real data. Mashallah, you are a researcher, so you have a good data. And also very good suggestions. So I think strong laws and rules are very important to support innovation and maintain trust. And good regulations help build confidence for both zakat payers, donors, and institutions. And we have some more time. I start my next round of questions. So Mufti Saab, I am coming to you one more time. My question is, sir, digital finance need cooperation between different experts. So in your opinion, how can Sharia boards, regulators, and technologists and legal experts work together effectively?
Your question is important, and this is basically the question regarding the role of a stakeholder and how can we take all the stakeholder and engage them. So, keeping in view of experience of many countries, unless you have a champion or one of the strong role player, you cannot take all the stakeholder, you cannot get them engaged. And unless you have engagement of all the stakeholder, You cannot bring any system, any regulation, any policy, any law. And unfortunately, we see uh, these type of issues here in Pakistan also, because for the overall financial system, we need to look at the financial system the from the regulatory point of view or from the country point of view, so that the full ecosystem of financial system, Islamic financial system, banking, non-banking, and other institutions, the solution and the product and the ideas and the guidelines can be provided to them. So unless we have engagement from all stakeholders, Sharia boards cannot work. For what maximum Sharia boards can do, they are Sharia scholars and they are professors. So what they can do, they can contribute with their articles when they are with their research. But for the system, unless as a proposal presented to them, and unless they have been engaged in developing the system, in giving the ideas and review the Sharia compliance, no one can say anything about it. For example, if there is a FinTech policy, or if there is a crypto policy, or there is a policy with regards to, for example, a smart contract or the digitalization of economy, on these type of things, but there is no engagement of stakeholder on that. So I don't think that we can get very good structure, very good policy, very good system. So either we should have a champion who can play a very important role, a center point, a central focal person who can engage all the stakeholders, or there should be this should be the responsibility of top regulator or the government or the ministry who are working on these issue, to engage all the stakeholders.
Thank you, Mufti Sahab. I think cooperation between experts is very important, and State Bank and SECP and also government can play very important role for strong coordination and strong governance. And this shows that teamwork across disciplines strengthen Sharia compliance, inshallah. Professor Azman, my next question is for you. Most digital Waqf and Zakat platforms focus on collecting money. In your opinion, how can they also create value, invest socially, and make long-term impact for the society?
Thank you very much for your question. It is very important questions because collecting zakat alone is not enough, even though it's still challenging. As we heard just now from our panel speaker, that it is actually a challenge. And especially these modern days, we have many issues related to zakat, whether they want to use gold as the benchmark for the nisab, for the calculation of the nisab, or they want to use silver. Before, the price of silver was much cheaper, but now even silver is also going up. Recently, I was in Maldives, and I was so surprised because they are using silver as the for the calculation of the nisab of the zakat. In the past, it was 200 dirham, which is equivalent to 595 gram of silver. But in Malaysia, we are using gold, Inshuna, Mifkal, 20 dinar or 85 gram. This is one, people are raising a questions with whether they already got reached the nisab, which make them obligatory, to pay zakat or not. This is only one example. But back to the usage of the IT technology, I think now it is timely that the contributors, the donors, and the zakat payers, they want to know where their money go to. And we can actually enhance the system, okay, for tracking. We can track to make it more transparent, so the donors can know, for example, the money has been delivered to the respective beneficiary. And also by using AI and by using the technology, we can do the assessment who are really in need of zakat. Whether they, sometimes people are claiming that they are poor, but they have asset. They are well off, but they are sometimes, you know, because of psychologically, because they are thinking they are still poor, so they can be the asnaf. Some of them, they are not happy. They say, oh, I'm no longer asnaf, they're not happy. But they're supposed to be happy because they are, they're supposed to be happy if they could contribute or could pay zakat because they are fulfilling one of the pillars of Islam. But by having technology, we can do the assessment even to know, for example, those 8 asnaf, 8 beneficiaries of the zakat, for example, which one receive more. In some countries, for example, Dr. Omar knows very well when he was in Malaysia, we spent most of the money for fi sabilillah. And then this fi sabilillah is very subjective. Even some of them, they use the money, for example, to build mosques. And then later on, they were to buy a van, janazah van, you know. And then they call it fi sabilillah, not only to support the poor people to get education, to get medical treatment, but also for some other purposes. But from time to time, there has been criticism from the public, and then they review and they revise their opinion. So we can, by having this technology, the data does not lie. It is very interesting when we talk about, so fake qat'i and dhanni, qat'i and dilala, dhanni dilala. When it comes to numbers, tilka asharatun kamila. It's very exact, very precise, and decisive. You cannot say, "Oh, I don't." It has double meaning, or I have another interpretation. No. So the same. If you go to the next level, it is also interesting. Not only in monitoring, in supervising, but also in reporting. Now people are talking so much about impact report. Okay, and I think World Bank also initiate this idea, and they want banks to have this impact. When it comes to social financing, the impact report, and we have examples where some of the banks, they show that they don't only, there is not only to comply with the requirement of reporting, but also there are extra requirements. Not only input, output, how much money you get, how much. This can be also imposed for zakat authorities. Not only how much money you get, how much you distribute, but we want to see the outcomes, the result. How many families have been improved? For example, how many families, for example, who rely on the monthly zakat assistance, now they can work on their own. For example, they can do business, for example, and they don't rely anymore on zakat. We want to see this impact. So by having this initiative, we have to push the zakat authorities. Not only, although it is an extra job, but this create more trust and create more, transparency, and the public will be very happy. Those are paying zakat will be very happy because they know that they, to some extent, know that the contribution, they make actually have help the poor, the needy to improve their life, elevate the poverty, for example, can help the poor, the needy, and any particular numbers, figures. The figures are very important. So it can be also in the qualitative form, for example, the success story of the zakat beneficiary. So this should be included in the report. Okay, it's not only how much money you collect, how much you distribute. No, we want to see the impact. How impactful was the zakat distribution? So this has been initiated by some authorities and some financial institutions, and they have proved that not only they provide, especially for the entrepreneurs, asnaf entrepreneurs, the poor who want to improve themselves, digital upskilling, knowledge upskilling, and they put into the calculations, okay, and also into the assessment, and also at the same time when it comes to religiosity, improvement. Sometimes people, they take zakat but they don't pray. This happens in Malaysia. We have to adjust. For example, when you want to receive the zakat donation, you have to come to join the Jamaah prayer. The zakat will be done after Jamaah. So they have to pray. Because sometimes, people, this is another problem, because of the mindset and, the way they think, and because of the lack of education, and also far away from religion. Okay, because one of the conditions that for zakat is that the recipient must be Muslims. But we want Muslims who understand, who want to improve. This is another challenge because some of them, they never change. Those who don't pray, they keep doing the same, but we want them to change. So the report, the impact report, for example, like this, they have to also include how many, for example, have changed their life, how many becomes more religious, how many now are paying zakat and can perform their religious duties, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now, my next question, Dr. Hussaini, please, very quickly, sir. We have short of time. So, my question is, what governance models work well to connect Sharia compliance, technology, and law internationally?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just very quickly, let me start by addressing the Sharia scholars in the room, and I think that's really important for me because I do share similar background with most of them. Now, the first point I would like to make is Sharia scholars. Allah has blessed you a lot. Like we always say, وَأَزْبَغَ عَلَيْكُمْ نِعَمَهُ ظَاهِرَةً وَبَاطِنًا أي وَأَكْمَلًا. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed you with everything. ظَاهِرَةً وَبَاطِنًا. Now, what next? That comes with a responsibility. Now, I think our role should transform from the usual reactionary kind of a thing where you kind of review and say, no, this is not Sharia compliant. This is not. How can you be part of the process? I deliberately started with that verse of Surah Luqman that Allah has blessed you with everything. You can learn more than even the programmers who are working on those aspects of digital kind of finance and everything. You can learn more. You can learn coding. I personally started learning Python a few years ago, and someone will ask me, "Wow, Omar, what do you want to do with Python? I mean, you're learning, this program. You have to learn. You've got to learn." And I'm very happy when, the issue of smart contract came up. You have to learn this. If you don't know it, how can you approve? And we've been told many times, first Allah mentioned this twice in the Quran. Ask those who know, learn about it so that you can regulate. And this is really important for whatever we do. Let's think of a smart project team in a bank or in a non-finance kind of social institution where you have a smart team involving lawyers, involving the programmers, involving the Sharia experts, actually working with them from the get-go. Before it gets to the bigger Sharia committee, let a Sharia expert be with them. So that's what they call a smart team, working together. This is very important. This has been done before let me say, in a thought leadership perspective, where we have what they call the Harvard LSE workshop, and people like Sheikh Taqi Usmani and others, may Allah bless them, all these top scholars across the world, they come with Sharia scholars. They are Sharia scholars. They come with lawyers, bankers. They stay in one room for the whole day in London. Now they call it the SOAS QFC workshop. It's still happening up till today. And it's actually, everybody will be there from 8 till 5 discussing one issue. So the lawyer will come with his perspective, the Sharia scholar will say, no, this is not acceptable from our perspective. So this collaboration has happened before and it's still happening. But we can actually kind of domesticate this even in our financial institutions to ensure that the Sharia scholars are involved from the get-go. And this is how you establish a smart team. And the younger Sharia scholars in the room here should go and learn about coding. This is the future. Learn programming. Learn about this. This is the future. You cannot run away from AI. So we've got to learn about this. And that's how you'll be able to provide the guidance for the industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very informative. My last question to Dr. Shafiullah, very quickly, sir. Digital finance and AI are changing governance. So we would love to listen your views on how should education and training be updated to prepare Sharia scholars, regulators, and other stakeholders like judges.
Thank you very much. When we talk about education and we talk about the professional training, and then we talk about AI-driven financial system, it's understood that we need to redesign to allow this significant transformation to bridge the gap between the traditional Sharia expertise and AI-driven financial systems. There's a critical shortage of expertise and skills worker. So how we can do it? First, we need to integrate technical literacy with Sharia expertise. Concept like distributed technology, decentralized consensus mechanism, cryptocurrency to assess compliance accurately. Uh, we need to, maybe we need to come up with an AI-driven Sharia expert system to assist. I'm not saying to replace, to assist, uh, and maybe with time to automate these decision making. And this is what technology is all about, to do things quickly. And I think, and this is very important because when we look at from the capitalistic system, it's all about efficiency. If you're efficient to do things quickly and you're efficient to understand your changing environment, you survive. And you have so many examples. And I think this is what we lack in Islamic finance. We are not as efficient and transparent as we would need it. We have abundance of literature. They talk about it's a separate economic system, but in the end of the day, we are still judging. A lot of people will come and talk about their financial growth, their profit margins, which is a very capitalistic system. So if we are doing and living in the capitalistic system, we need to be efficient. So that's toward that thing. We need to develop a digital financial literacy program. We already talked about these training programs need to integrate multidisciplinary curriculum, integrating digital literacy with the financial literacy. And I just want to share some experiences I have. I represent the Center for Excellent Islamic Finance, and I remember one of the first seminar awareness we did in 2017-18, and then we got the feedback, and we started writing to the State Bank about financial literacy, but that concept was very new at that time. So it was new, not new internationally, but in Pakistan, financial literacy was very new. The first formal proposal we sent to the banks and central bank was in 2023. I had to check with my office, 2023. And then now we started working on the financial literacy. We're going to have a financial literacy program for 66 madaris, a 30-hour training. But during that time, there is another feedback we are getting from the madaris. Technology. And we keep asking different stakeholders about this technology. But the thing is that when it comes to the financial literacy, what is bank, what insurance, usually we can cover that in 30-hour training. But when it comes to technology with madaris, it's usually you have to bring in some English curriculum as well. It's 4 months, and that can be a costly. So right now, there's a lack of understanding from the regulator perspective. So anyways, what we do is I pick up a couple of mufti from these madaris and I bring them to the institution. I give them the scholarship. I prepare them for these exams. And I introduce them to very innovative courses. I have elective courses on FinTech, data science, financial engineering, and that I'm lucky because there are so many AI courses, AI degrees institution that I can easily integrate into my program. And that would, actually this is very important because this will not only equip these people in the future, they become regulators, judge, lawyers, to identify, because why we need it, because we need to be able to identify and mitigate new form of risk. So if I don't know, I'm not aware of it, how would I know what is double spending? What is double spending in a decentralized systems? What is how hacking can impact? And all of these things will have a Sharia consequences, so we need to do. So institutional and strategic evolution is very important, where academia, financial sector, government needs to come together. And I think we need to understand that it's easy to bring in the blockchain, decentralized systems, but then at the same time we would need real-time auditing as well. And I was thinking real-time auditing. So I was like, when you go to the mutual funds, a little bit give you a perspective, because these firms have a different composition and change time to time. So they need to observe them all the time, whether they are Sharia compliant or not, and that needs to be reported to the Sharia advisors. So that's just a way that we are doing it, but we need to do it full-fledged, real-time auditing, and for that we need to have a proper training for the Sharia advisors and judges and lawyers and regulators.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shafiullah Jan. I think education and training are very important to ensure good governance in this digital world. So now we will take one or two questions from the audience. Anyone from the audience would like to ask from our respected panel members? Any question, please? Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion shows clearly digital transformation is not a threat to Sharia, it's a test of our governance. If guided well, technology can strengthen governance, improve transparency, accountability, and social impact. But this requires strong institutions, skilled people, ethics, and cooperations. I sincerely thank our panelists for their time and insights, and I thank the audience for being here. Again, my thanks to the AlBaraka Forum and organizing team for this excellent conference. And with this, I conclude our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. May I request you all to kindly come together for a group photograph, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong foundation definitely paves the way for the kind of scaling up that this modern era now requires. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have an insightful address. This one is titled as From Assets to Tokens, Redefining Money in the Islamic Digital Economy. Some of the key areas to once again look at is the redefinition of money in this time and again, the foundations of tokenizations and cryptography, the Sharia foundations of tokenized money with fiqh and maqasid, and lastly, the new tokened sukuk, the instruments, currencies, and the future of Islamic finance. For this very insightful address, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome on stage the Chief Executive Officer of Digi Estate Private Limited. Please put your hands together to welcome Engineer Naeem Ilyas Khanani.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning, not good morning, good afternoon. And I'm very thankful and grateful to organizers, AlBaraka Forum and all organizers. Thank you very much, Atif Saab, Ibrahim Saab, and all other brothers who provided this opportunity. So today, sorry, give me a minute. So I would like to thank the organizers of 6th AlBaraka Forum for convening this critical dialogue throughout Islamic history. Karachi has been a gateway of trade, a city where commerce and faith have long walked hand in hand. Today, we stand at a new gateway, the digital economy. Yesterday, our Real World Asset Tokenization Academy organized a half-day event, the Programmable Economy Pakistan Ahead, sideline event at ITCN. And I had a privilege to conduct a fireside chat with Khurram Shahzad, advisor to Finance Minister, and he announced yesterday that Pakistan is ready for programmable economy, digital economy, and Pakistan has embraced and allowed $2 billion sukuks and debts tokenization through Binance and HTX. And government of Pakistan is looking for tokenization of sukuks through homegrown and home-based Islamic banks and other Islamic institutions. For over a millennium, the concept of mal, wealth, was tied to physical presence, whether it was the dinar or the dirham. Value was something you could hold. But as we transition in the programmable economy, we are witnessing a redefinition of money that is perhaps the most significant shift since the invention of double entry bookkeeping. The question for us today is not whether digital money is coming, it is already here. The question is, will we shape this digital future according to our ethical values and Shari'ah regulations, or will we merely be its consumer? Pakistan has promulgated PWARA 2025, which is Pakistan Regulatory Landmark. PWARA is Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. Before we dive into the how, let us look at the now. Just 6 months ago, in July 2025, Pakistan achieved a monumental milestone, the promulgation of Pakistan Virtual Assets Regulatory Act, PWARA, changed the game. So currently, SCCP is looking after as a regulator all securities related matters. State Bank of Pakistan is a regulator for all banking related affairs. And the PWARA, Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, is a regulator comprising of SCCP, State Bank of Pakistan, Law Ministry, Finance Ministry, and Ministry of IT. This could be a game changer for Pakistan to become a digital economic emerging power in the region. So we are seeing the global impact of this clarity. The recent MOUs signed with international giants like Binance, HTX, and World Liberty for USD1 based stablecoins, and Binance and HTX for sovereign debt tokenization. These MOUs are not just deals. They are a signal that Pakistan is open for the next generation of global capital. We are no longer lagging. We are catching up at a speed that is surprising the world. So, what is cryptography or digital money or stable coin or virtual asset or digital asset? So think of tokenization. Think of tokenization is the bridge between the physical and the digital. It is the process of taking a high value illiquid asset like a commercial building or government bridge or any other private or sovereign assets. For example, any commercial plaza or any asset which has a rental value can be tokenized, and yield in the shape of rent can be earned by the token holders. So cryptography is the digital guard in our traditional system. We rely on paper certificates and manual ledgers, which are prone to human error and fraud. In the tokenized economy, cryptography provides immutability. Once a Sharia compliant contract is written on the blockchain in the form of smart contracts, it cannot be altered by any party. Cryptography provides transparency. Every transaction is a public or semi-public record, eliminating the shadows where garar, uncertainty, often rides, and the finality. The cryptography or blockchain settlement through smart contracts happens in seconds, not in weeks, reducing the counterparty risk that plagues traditional finance. So the Sharia foundations between this ecosystem of blockchain and cryptography is based on intrinsic value. Some critics argue that digital money is imaginary. I argue the opposite. When structured correctly, tokenized money is more real than debt-based fiat system we use today. But in my humble opinion, the Islamic world or the countries like Pakistan and GCC countries are ready for real world assets tokenization and later for stable coins and other digital money products, CBDC, etc. So in Sharia, money should not be a commodity and generates profit from itself, riba. And our scholars, the Sharia scholars, can further deliberate the digital money related Sharia compliances. We at DigiState, we are the Pakistan's first real estate tokenization company, got approval from Security Exchange Commission of Pakistan to conduct sandbox testing for tokenization of real estate. Real estate includes open plots. Real estate includes apartments, shops, offices, and we divide such assets into tokens. For example, 1 square feet or 1 square yard equals to 1 token pegged with a real estate. And the rental yield or rent per month or per quarter as a dividend can be transferred through blockchain into the respective accounts of token holders. So at DigiState, we are operating under sandbox testing, offering selected properties and real estate after due diligence and valuation. And these assets are Sharia compliant after Sharia approval. So Such assets, such private assets can be tokenized easily as tokenization issuer, which could be licensed soon from Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. So this brings us to DigiState. Our mission is very simple: to democratize wealth by tokenizing the world's most stable asset, which is real estate. So the the panelists on second panel discussion, Zohair, Dr. Anwar, and other speakers were speaking that Pakistan capital market have only 400,000 investors, registered investors, and we have 30 to 40 million crypto wallet users between the age of 18 to 28. So we should tap millennials, Gen Z, and Alpha to participate into this digital economy, the Sharia-based digital economy, and offerings of real-world asset tokenization. We don't work in a vacuum. A digital asset is only as strong as the ecosystem. And the circle of trust can be provided if banks participate in this new digital economic world order, which is offering a new asset class known as digital and virtual assets backed by real world assets. We are ready for both private real estate, allowing a teacher in Multan to own a piece of a Karachi skyscraper in any private real estate with a money of rupees 10,000 or 15,000. So this can provide a democratization. So fiat-backed stable coins, 1:1 stable coins or other stable coins are very much in talks these days by State Bank of Pakistan. And State Bank of Pakistan invited sandbox testings from FinTechs and banks, and they got 60 plus applications for these stable coins. So Pakistan is emerging on the global map to test under the sandbox test, regulatory test. So SCCP has sandbox testing for real estate fractions and other real assets fractions. State Bank of Pakistan has offered sandbox testing of stable coins, and soon Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority is a new regulatory body which regulates virtual and digital assets, and all programmable and digital economy based assets will be governed and regulated by Pakistan Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, and they will soon offer sandbox testing for digital assets and virtual assets. So the AlBaraka Forum has always been about development of the new product, and they promote the new idea, new innovation within the framework of Islamic Sharia. So we offer, on behalf of Real World Asset Tokenization Academy, to work with AlBaraka Forum and other similar organizations to work to create new products and sandbox testings for virtual assets and digital assets. So thank you very much for listening, and we are open to discuss all such opportunities under sandbox testing in the framework of digital and virtual assets. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are into the final segment of our forum for day one. This is also going to continue the second day, but I understand a lot of you are perhaps enjoying a nice cup of tea at this point. May I please request you all to take a cup and come back to your seat so we can resume the next segment. This, ladies and gentlemen, is about the leadership talk. And for this, I am going to take this opportunity of inviting my dear friend Faraz Khan, MBE, who's also the CEO of Spectorico. He's had a wonderful turn as propagating the sustainability development goals around the world, and is a champion when it comes to leading these conversations and bringing you up to speed with whatever is happening in the ESG ecosystem. This particular leadership talk is titled as Embracing Regional Sustainable Future, Pakistan's Leadership in the Sharia compliant ESG Indexing. They are not, in fact, two different fields. They complement each other. We're going to draw that factor in. May I take this opportunity of now inviting Mr. Faraz Khan, MBE, co-founder and CEO of Spectorico. May I also take this opportunity to invite Mr. Muhammad Atif Hanif, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Baraka Bank, Pakistan. Both the gentlemen will be engaging in this conversation titled and focused on the sustainable future.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much. I know that myself and Atif are the barriers between you guys exiting, so we would keep it short and crisp and meaningful. So first of all, congratulations to AlBaraka, AlBaraka Forum, AlBaraka Bank for making this happen, and the entire team. Our personal thank you to Sheikh Yusuf Qalavi, who has actually created a phenomenal deliberation for the Islamic economy, Islamic finance, and Islamic banking, not only in Pakistan and Karachi, but across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this leadership conversation with our eminent leader in the banking space, allow us to show a 3-minute video of the first of its kind AlBaraka Sharia compliant ESG index that was initially launched in Medina, and after that it was launched in Turkey. And it's an absolute pleasure to kind of showcase that in Pakistan and then create a conversation in which Islamic Sharia finance and banking and how sustainability and how AlBaraka Bank has taken its portfolio forward would be the title of the conversation. So if I can request someone to play the Sharia compliant ESG index video, please.
For too long, investors had to choose Sharia compliance, ESG alignment, or financial performance. Now that choice is over. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index, powered by Spectorico, unites Maqasid al-Sharia principles with global ESG frameworks into one credible investable standard. Built for listed and private markets, an AI-native engine evaluates ESG, financial, and Sharia data in real time with automated scoring, full auditability, and dual oversight by AI and Sharia governance. It empowers institutions to build compliant, performance-driven strategies. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index is built for asset managers, sovereign funds, capital markets, and banks. It supports Sharia-aligned finance, localized benchmarks, and credible scoring tools, enabling licensed partners in Islamic stock exchanges to scale distribution. A single index, multiple markets, globally adaptable. At the heart of the experience is simplicity. a dynamic, intuitive interface designed for investment professionals. Whether you're working with corporate or sovereign sukuks, private holdings, or public equities, the pairing possibilities are endless. You choose the companies, sectors, stock exchanges, and geographies. The platform recalculates in real time. The system offers AI-powered recommendations based on selected benchmarks, investment mandates, and Shari'ah principles, ensuring portfolios are built with precision from the start. But every recommendation is governed by a human-led, principles-based process. Technology does the heavy lifting, while oversight, intention, and values remain in human hands. This is tech-led, human-driven governance, engineered to ensure trust, transparency, and ethical accountability. Behind the scenes, a transparent governance engine ensures every inclusion or exclusion meets screening thresholds, with dual oversight from automated rules and Sharia board review. What you are seeing is not a static list. It's a living instrument designed for how modern capital actually moves. The AlBaraka Islamic ESG Index, powered by Spectrico, delivers performance, purpose, and credibility. Built for the Islamic world, ready for global capital. It's more than a benchmark. It's a blueprint. Let's redefine what investing enables. Partner with us.
Thank you so much. So, Atif, I would like to understand from your perspective, okay, we understand the conventional banking, we understand Islamic banking. When you look at sustainability and the maqasid al-Sharia, how do you see that Al-Baraka and Islamic banking is taking the sustainability lens through various portfolio interventions beyond the CSR? How do you feel about it? How do you think the future will look like?
First of all, very rightly pointed out that sustainability and Maqasid Sharia are basically one and the same thing. Except for that Maqasid Sharia has two more clauses which are not covered in the uh, the, the global sustainability goals. One is the drinking and another is gambling. Other than that, all the Maqasid Sharia are same as uh, the UN sustainability goals. Uh, so Al-Baraka, we first of all we have developed an ESG framework in line with the guidelines of the State Bank of Pakistan, and the deadline to implement that is December 2026 by the central bank. But we have already completed the framework, and we are very soon coming up with the sustainability report of 2025. So, inshallah, along with our audited results, we will be launching releasing our first sustainability report. Uh, and it is very comprehensive in line with our framework. Our framework is approved by the board, and we have a special agenda item for a committee in the board, which is the most senior committee, the board executive committee, who looks after the overall ESG framework and ESG matters of the bank. Apart from that, we have certain initiatives as well. For example, I'll go out of the routine ESG activities that all banks are doing. Uh, in Pakistan, businesses generally suffer a risk of sustainability, which is basically the succession risk. And normally, even the big business groups don't survive past three generations in Pakistan because of the inheritance issues and family issues and all that. So we are the first bank in the country who have started this series of lecture on family business, which is actually conducted by Sheikh Yusuf Khalavi himself, who is a scholar on family business and an authority. He lectures in 40 countries. So we held the first lecture in Karachi in 2023, and the second one was in June in Lahore. And each time, leading business groups of Pakistan with their children attended that activity. So I think this is a very unique model in which we are contributing to sustainability. Second, we are also very strong on green. Uh, so we started with this concept of one tree per staff per year in 2023, which has now expanded to almost 4 trees per staff per year in different seasons, and that is across the country. Our branches and our staff across the country engages with the local authorities in this plantation drive. Uh, Thirdly, as you have already noticed, I have mentioned today in my earlier talk the trade finance connectivity that we are offering to our customers with the customers across various jurisdictions through Sharia compliant trade finance model is again a very strong, sustainable way of enhancing Pakistan's export and connectivity with the new markets. So this is being highly appreciated. Uh, so, in addition to that, the usual ESG parameters involves ensuring that our loans are in line with the green guidelines, is also in line with the regulations. So, for example, the Environmental Protection Agency certificate is now required by all borrowers. So our team engages with the customers who are struggling in getting the certificate, and on quarterly basis, we update our board also on the compliance on the guidelines of the green banking and the ESG framework which the bank has approved. So we are very strong and very strict in ensuring that all bank operations, all bank business matters are in line with the ESG framework.
Thank you so much. I mean, to be very honest, I'm very pleasantly surprised about the three. Yeah, reporting is one thing that every bank does, but the three areas that you have focused on, um, uh, it'll be great to kind of allow me to share my perspective and experience globally and relate it with what you are doing in these three verticals. So we were invited by New York Stock Exchange and BlackRock to have a conversation on exactly the intergenerational wealth transfer that is happening right now across the world. So right now, $68 trillion of wealth is being transferred to the next generation. Now, please, these numbers globally and what you have created of how family transition and succession is happening is very much interlinked. Now, the conclusion of that conversation with BlackRock and New York Stock Exchange was that the investment thesis and the consumption thesis in this new generation who's inheriting that $68 trillion of wealth, their sustainability is at the cornerstone of their investment as well as their consumption thesis. Did you, through your interventions with families and business houses in Pakistan, did you feel that as well, that the new generation who's inheriting that wealth and the power to conduct business, for them, sustainability is an important part?
Well, actually, our experience is very interesting. In Pakistan, generally, since this awareness has come in the families, large families who hold these businesses, that's they need to pay more attention towards succession. So they are actually right now going through these conversations and these thought processes to either follow the traditional mechanism of succession or create interventions and do treat this differently in line with the new sciences of family businesses.
Right.
For example, in one of the sessions in Karachi, a gentleman asked a question that I have two sons. One is the eldest. and the elder one comes to office around 1 p.m., leaves at 4 p.m., and he does things his own way. And the younger one comes at 9, he leaves at 6, and he is actually running the company. So I'm under the dilemma that who should be the next CEO after me?
Very interesting.
Because if I leave it to the elder son, he's going to probably ruin the entire business. So Sheikh Yusuf Khalavi gave a very, very interesting answer.
Right.
Sheikh Yusuf Khalavi said that the one who is not very punctual and the one you are not very confident,
Right.
don't make him a CEO.
Okay.
Make the younger one CEO and make the elder one chairman of the board. so he'll be fine. And in second instance, somebody asked a question that I have 3, 4 sons. So who do you think should chair the board?
Right.
He said the one who is more generous should be chairing the group.
Very
Because
well
if
said.
there is a dispute and wealth needs to be divided, the one who is very difficult in convincing and the one who is very concerned about what he gets, that person should not be the head of the family. So
Well
a
said.
more generous person should be head of the family so that he can give away part of his share to keep everyone intact and happy. Third time, in answer to a question, he also said that while devising the family constitution, uh, detailed interviews should be conducted, which is done by the consultants. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, I think there is no any consultant in the family business. There are few in Dubai and there are few in Istanbul. Normally, big family businesses from Pakistan are consulting them. They said that everyone should first treat themselves as a shareholder of the family.
Right.
And should be concerned with the dividend of the business. Khalas.
Makes sense.
The ones who are only shareholders should remain shareholder, and then among the shareholders there should be on merit people who should be running the businesses of the family, but in a very transparent way, so that the ones who are not part of the management and the board should feel that everything is very transparent and everyone is getting their dividends very fairly. So, if that can be achieved by any family, that family succession success increases.
Makes sense.
So, and then the family members, including the youths, the teenagers, are supposed to be interviewed by the consultant every year to make sure that they know exactly what their philosophy and objectives are. And if somebody is not aligning with the family objectives and goals, it should be identified to the seniors so that they either groom them in the right direction or let them do what they want to do as long as they remain to be shareholders and they can pursue their personal careers. So this is something very new to Pakistan business circles, and the more we engage in our sessions on family business, the more our customers realize that what sort of value we are giving as a bank
Well said.
to them, because normally banks are expected to just to negotiate pricing and certain services and efficiencies and all that. But this is going much beyond normal banking norms and providing them value which probably no other bank has ever done.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I think evolution of the Pakistani businesses, their business families, uh, in this structured way of succession planning is something that is critical. And kudos to the bank to kind of realizing this need and developing that capacity as well as that relationship with the banks, with the business houses, that can actually see an added value from the bank side that is being generated right now. The second bit that you mentioned about was how the trees are being planted.
Now, of course, that's an offsetting approach by institutions. It's heartening to see that it has gone from 1 tree to 4 tree per individual. What's your view on carbon as an asset class and the decarbonization of assets that is happening all across the world? Do you see that as a paradigm that is going to take shape in Pakistan, or you think it's going to take some time?
You know, just like any other opportunity, Pakistan is also missing out on this particular opportunity as well, because Pakistan is basically not is a victim of carbon emission.
Absolutely.
We are not the cause of
Yes.
carbon emission, and we should be actually benefiting from the carbon credits and these carbon markets that are existing all over the world. Pakistan should be able to get funding for the right environmental and green projects. Uh, and we are facing in climate disaster challenges, floods. You know, even like you, one way we are contributing to the sustainability is that we are the first bank who have actually become a partner to the sustainable tourism promotion in Pakistan
That's amazing.
through Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. We held the first conference last year, and the second conference is day after tomorrow, in this room, and it's an international conference. So the idea is that in Pakistan, the tourism has exploded all of a sudden in the last 10 years. But that explosion of tourism has taken place in the north of Pakistan. And the north of Pakistan is climatically the most sensitive geography in the world, because it has the most sensitive glaciers and ice-covered mountain peaks. And when the tourist now, it's one will think, why is that risking? Why is tourism risking these glaciers and climate? It is risking because more people go there, more food is needed, more energy is needed,
Yeah.
and they have some electricity, but they don't have gas to cook. So what they do is 70% of the time, the food cooked for tourists in these mountain areas is by burning the wood.
Yeah.
And they don't have recyclable wood. They have only precious wood, you know, the furniture timber, the pine wood, which we call in local language, they are the most expensive wood. They are burning the wood, they are wood for chai, paratha, and chicken kadai, to make chicken kadai. And the only reason they can afford it is because in their village that they are allowed to cut those trees free of cost. So they are not buying that wood to sell 500 rupees tea. They may be burning 50,000 rupees of wood to sell 5,000 rupees of kadai and tea. So we are happy. We are happy that more and more tourists are going there, but at what cost? So this is something that is being realized just now,
That's
that this
amazing.
tourism is not even worth it at the environmental depreciation cost. So the governments need to arrange more gas, proper cylinders, gas, hydel power, because you know these places are full of hydel power opportunities. Every mountain has a water flowing down the hill. So they need to have a more eco-friendly tourism policy in order to continue with the tourism growth in the northern areas. Uh, as far as the carbon is concerned, yes, we need to benefit from this opportunity, and our own government and the international bodies should support those countries, including Pakistan, who are victims of the carbon emission.
No, Atif, thank you. Actually, my daughter says that the math is not mathing. And the calculation you just gave of the cost of the wood and the revenue that is generated out of that meal that comes out of it does not make any sense. It's just a matter of communicating that to the local stakeholders and tourist service providers that this is the math of it. So thank you for doing this. I mean, we all are very happy with the regulators right now, with the green banking taxonomy, green banking guidelines that have come through. Globally, also, the mandatory reporting is there. CBAM is there, which is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, that all the imports and exports are going to be subjected to carbon taxes. And that is happening all across the world. So I was very pleased to hear that your trade financing unit is also considering to kind of educate the traders or the importers or exporters in your portfolio of banking of how to manage that and make sure that if their scope 2 or scope 3 are aligned, they can actually have price premiums, or they can have discounted financing or discounted insurance. So that's really good to hear that the trade finance side is also considering sustainability as an important part.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. We are we are about to launch the mobile app of our trade finance portal. We intend to expand to the takaful, trade takaful, especially for the benefit of exporters,
Right.
where they sometimes face challenges with their proceeds. So the trade proceeds, takaful and success rate is something which we are going to actually promote and encourage. But apart from that, the environmental challenges that the exporters are going to face in the future, we also intend to engage with some bodies who can educate our members of the portal on these subjects. So it's going to be a very engaging portal, and we intend to launch it after Eid in March,
Inshallah.
globally. And you'll be pleased to hear that it has been developed in Karachi, so for the benefit of all the subsidiaries.
That is amazing. So when Sheikh Yusuf Khalavi said that Karachi has that significance where talent is there, so I think it's an endorsement of the fact that we have the talent, we have the capacity and the human resources to develop these global technology and innovations from this city. So thank you for that. Final two questions. One is going to be about, so there's a lot of climate finance available globally. GCF has money, GEF has money. What is stopping us to develop bankable projects to access that climate finance? Now that the regulation is there as well, guidelines are there as well, we have the talent here as well. Why we're just focusing on the grant side of climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation? Why can't we actually focus on the socio-commercial bankable projects as general investor community and banking community? What's your view on that?
I think you're right. It's nobody's to blame. It's the private sector. It's the consultancy gap in this area, and there's nobody else to blame. It's our own enterprises who need to come up with better projects,
Right.
and government also need to understand that how much they can benefit from this by connecting with these funds and these markets. So I think it's just one of those great opportunities that Pakistan is missing out on.
No, but thank you for saying that it's a great opportunity, because that's something when a leader like you actually say that, you know, the, the project developers, they can actually feel that, yes, there is an opportunity. So I've known you for a few years now. Of course, I know about your professional capabilities and how you have led this institution and how you're leading it. But I want to understand more as a human. So the last question is that through your journey, what is if top 3 learnings that you have achieved, and what is the last one message that you would like to give to the youth of Karachi and Pakistan out of your personal set of learnings? What would that be?
Well, I'll say that never give up on your dreams. whatever you want to dream, whatever you have been dreaming, never feel that it is beyond your actual access. Allah is very kind, and He rewards those who are persistent, who are resilient, and who are very sincere to their own intentions. And also, it is very important that one should not be very just self-centered and focusing on their own gains, but think of the society as a whole and the country as a whole. And I think when you think big, Allah helps you in making big contributions. Uh, so if you think, for example, this halal opportunity that came across, when I was invited to Makkah for the speech, I was very reluctant, and I spoke to one of my very close friends who is a Sharia scholar. I said, I can only dream of going to Makkah again and again to pray and to do sajda in haram and to do tawaf. Why would I go to Makkah to speak as a speaker? I will be very afraid to sit in front of the mic and speak in Makkah.
Right.
I mean, who speaks in Makkah? In Makkah, you just go and bow your head in front of Kaaba. He said, maybe there is something that Allah wants you to do. And Allah is inviting you, and He's inviting you to speak on halal. So it is His cause for which He's inviting you. So that gave me the courage, and I participated, and then this halal thing became my life's objective. That Pakistan's economy should be aligned with the halal economy, and it is happening. All I have been doing is I've been speaking about it at wherever I can, and we held 2-3 conferences.
Yes.
They were, I mean, the difference is that those halls were full, and now Pakistan has included halal
Yes,
in
as a
its
policy.
economic development policy.
Yes.
And I am a firm believer that very soon you will see that halal exports will overtake entire exports of Pakistan.
Inshallah.
And Pakistan economy will be self-sustainable, no IMF, nothing, because of this halal. So the reason I'm saying this is that sometimes one feels that government is supposed to do or government is not doing, the politicians are not doing, the bureaucrats are not doing, the diplomats are not, working for the Pakistan export. What are you doing? So if you firmly believe that there is something which is good for the country, Allah will help you make it happen. So, and the third thing is that people often talk down about Pakistan. People often feel disappointed about Pakistan, especially the youth. Never do that. Pakistan is the most fabulous country in the world. It is the most beautiful country in the world. It is the most unique country in the world. Uh, I can talk about next 2 hours about Pakistan, but I will just end here that it is the most gifted landscape on this planet.
Absolutely.
Its one end is sea level, second end is second highest mountain in the world. So it is the most steep landscape on earth. Nepal has Mount Everest, which is the highest mountain, but they don't have sea. And within this entire elevation, it's only 2,500 kilometers. It's 1,000 kilometer of coast, the world best mountains, the most fertile land on this planet, the deserts on the ground level, sea level, and the deserts in Skardu.
That's true.
It's a natural wonder how the desert reached Skardu. And then even the coastal areas. We have, these national park, I think it's called Gold National Park or something. It's such a unique, I have seen the coast of California from north to south and some of the beautiful coastal areas. But when I got an opportunity to drive around this coast, only until Ormara, halfway. It was the most amazing, beautiful coast. So it has everything. And we have started a program talking about sustainability, uh, a program to show youth the Pakistan, and in a very symbolic way. So we engaged with an organization called Dawood Foundation. They selected 9 students from 6 universities of Karachi. They interviewed them. They were photographer, videographer, documentary maker, poet, writer, chef,
Amazing.
painter.
That's amazing.
And they were sent to Karakoram University and Skardu University.
Right.
And they were given KPIs, 5 KPIs. One KPI was to find people above 100 years of age and make a documentary on them. Second was to find the families of porters who go with the mountaineers to K2 and all those places and make a documentary, interview their families. Third was to find a precious stone mine and interview and make a documentary of the miners inside the mine. And there was about apricot oil and so on. So they went there and they made their own skill set productions on all these. They came back and they did a road show in our head office.
Amazing.
And they were students who could not afford such a holiday. They were on scholarship in their universities, top universities of Karachi. The entire executives of the bank were sitting there watching them, and the emotions with which they were explaining that we could not believe Pakistan is so beautiful because they were born in Karachi. Within few kilometers, they did their matric, their FSC, their university, and after university, you know what they do? 90% of the time, they're trying to find immigration to move somewhere without actually seeing Pakistan. So all they have seen is either Gulshan or Nazmabad or Shari'ah Faisal, and then they go to California or Canada and they say, how beautiful is Canada? Without knowing what to compare in Pakistan.
Right.
So after they have seen the best of Pakistan, then they go out and they can compare it with any country in the world. And they will never feel looked down on Pakistan. So they did this roadshow, and the roadshow was so successful that we were encouraged to then hold another one for our corporate customers and diplomats. Everyone was stunned. We made gift of their paintings, and their paintings are now in our cafeteria in our head office.
Amazing.
Now they are holding these roadshows in their respective universities to show their contemporaries how beautiful is Pakistan. So then we had the second leg. We selected students from the Karakoram University and Hindu Kush University and brought them to Karachi. And they saw, first time these 12 students saw sea. And they went on the boat ride. They went to the fisheries. They went to the stock exchange. They went to this hub of IT companies. And when I spoke to them while they were leaving, they had a flight next morning. You cannot believe. It's just seeing is believing. What they were saying. They said, "हमने पहली दफा समुंदर देखा, इतना पानी." And they said, they said small things about, and so I think what our generation need to do is in order to, we cannot do big things as individuals or organizations. We cannot establish universities and schools for all the youth and all that. But whatever we can do, and it has a multiplying effect because when these students talk about their experience in their universities, hundreds others get inspired.
Absolutely.
So I think within your capabilities, you can do anything you like, anything you want, as long as Allah help is there.
Thank you so much. I mean, in the past 35 to 45 minutes, we've gotten to know a leader, a banker, a person who's a sustainable advocate, but for more personally speaking, more importantly, the human, and how passionate you are about Pakistan. So thank you for being you. And ladies and gentlemen, a round applause for Atif and for this conversation, for making this happen as an individual when he went to Makkah and he realized that he needs to do this, and how he's enabled all of us to come under one roof and develop deliberations on Islamic economy and halal. So thank you, and we look forward to many more.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the final segment for day one of the AlBaraka Forum Regional Conference here in Pakistan in 2026. And of course, we have a day two that has a fantastic lineup of workshops that will allow you to learn and have a more engaging segment with the experts. So that is going to happen tomorrow. Once again, thank you Faraz, thank you Mr. Muhammad Atif for this very insightful conversation. Leaders usually set the forum and they set the right direction. And we are very grateful to all our participants who not only joined us early in the morning but have stayed with us throughout. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your presence. We have a day two, which will be more related to expert areas, to particular areas that we will go much deeper into and unpack tomorrow. So thank you once again for being a part of the forum today. And inshallah, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, same time at 9 at the same venue. So looking forward to resuming this. Thank you very much once again for your presence.